Strangers, am I wrong? It's feeling right. You make me wonder, could we start a better life? We don't know where it's going, but we ain't going slow. I wanna fall in love tonight, you and I, chasing fly. I wanna see the city lights in your eyes. There's a better life. Could it be you and I? 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 Years they are passing. Could this be what we wanted? Just keep on laughing. We will see what could happen. We don't know where it's going, but we ain't going slow. I wanna fall in love tonight, you and I, chasing fly. I wanna see the city lights in your eyes. There's a better life. Could it be you and I? 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 I wanna fall in love tonight, you and I, chasing fly. I wanna see the city lights in your eyes. There's a better life. I wanna fall in love tonight, you and I, chasing fly. I wanna see the city lights in your eyes. There's a better life. Could it be you and I? 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 Could it be you and I?
Hello, welcome along, everybody. It's a long time since I've done this here. I should get back into the habit of it, but I've been saying that for a long time. But I was actually involved in a couple of other projects and that, and yeah, that's all been fine and good. It's been a very good experience. On another channel that a group of us have got a couple of technical things. So I'd been running a trivia, and that's kind of started when the disease we had to have started. So, excuse me for the cough. It was to keep the brain active and have a bit of fun with other people. Where we started off doing the trivia, been doing it for quite a while. Evening, Stephen, Mitch, Andy, Dave, yeah, everybody actually. But yeah, that's why we did it. And the disease we had to have, talk back Thailand. What we could only talk about history. We couldn't talk about future or anything like that, what was going on, because we couldn't go anywhere. So, we in honesty, we kind of lost a bit of interest in it. Um, G'day, Stubbsy. How you going, mate? Um, and we explored a few other platforms, a group of us. I'll be honest with you, some of it was a little bit on the toxic side, so we bailed out of that pretty quick. The other channel that I belong to is very much a general conversation channel. No specific topic. What anybody wants to talk about, a little bit of music, a little bit of fun. And that's where I'd probably be doing the trivia for quite a while. And like I say, there's a technical problem at the moment. And I thought to myself, well, I always did a kind of a trivia. Not everybody's into it, but, there's nothing wrong with challenging the brain. But so I've opened it up on my channel tonight. Not planned. Otherwise, we'd be talking about a few different things, but I suppose the context is still the same. As far as everybody's hopes and all that for the new year and the ability to be able to travel, to get back to some normality, that's starting to happen. That's a good thing. The mental part of it, of being locked up for so long, really took its toll on a lot of people. And bloody criminal, really. But I maintain some sanity by these trivia questions and trivia nights, which is not. It started off with bottle top, and then it didn't take long, and we soon the bottle top drinkers and the manufacturers and the brains trust couldn't keep up with the demand for the questions. So I had to start coming up with my own questions, which was a bit of a challenge, but at the end of the day, good fun. Mr. Perrin. But, it's one of those things that is good because it kept me, motivated. But on the other channel, we all had a lot of fun with it, and it wasn't just the who won, who lost. It was a little bit of banter on the side as well, which was, good fun. It's all good fun. And let's face it, in life, that's the real part of it, isn't it? You've got to have a bit of a laugh and a bit of a joke, and because that's the people we are. To wallow in the mud or whatever, that's ridiculous. So you've got to keep your head above water and have a bit of fun. That's my opinion, and I don't think it differs from most of the people that are here. Yep, that's it. The only thing that'll stop you is if they put up roadblocks, Andy. As we noticed last week, the tyres haven't changed very much. They run stuff up the flagpole, see how it flies, and if it gets too much crap thrown at it, and they really then start thinking about it. So they don't have a brains trust. They run it up the flag. Everybody puts shit on it. Then they bring it back down. Sometimes they wash half of it off and then fly at half mast or whatever. But this time they've just gone, well, yeah, okay, the test and all that crap's going to be two countries. Hello, yeah, well, that's half smart, because us dirty foreigners, they never ever had any problems with the dirty foreigners. That remember that wonderful person actually in the government said about the dirty foreigners. I took offence to that, but I probably wasn't the only one. But the thing is, to put it out there to the general public was not really a good thing, because a lot of the people in the kingdom actually believe what the government's saying. They can't read between the lines or whatever. So where the foreigners were a large amount of money coming into to the economy in Thailand. Not only the 2-week millionaire, but there was also a lot of you blokes, expats living there. And when you're starting, people are starting to point fingers at you, you just kind of go, well, stuff yous too. I sent you a text today. Did you? Thing is, with my phone, it doesn't go ding dong or nothing with text messages, because I was actually going to give you a ring and get you to do something for me on Friday. Andy Stubbs. Oh yeah. There we go. Yep. Yeah, I tried that link. And that's how smart Google are. My address that comes for everything else, it wouldn't accept it. It wanted the address, the send address, was within my general area, but I'll get on to Scott. As everybody knows, I'm a supporter of Scott Mellon, and I've got quite a few T-shirts. He does a good job. He's been doing it for a long time. Doesn't put out bullshit. Family support, all of that kind of stuff. So for the couple of bucks for a T-shirt from my end, helps him out. Good I'm all for that. But it's a way of surviving. I think every expat has kind of sat back and, will I have a business? Or their prospective other halves have kind of gone, oh geez, let's open a business, and the forward thinking part. I can remember one time. Now, where was I? Nakunsawan City, by the river, Shalprayat River, just as it goes up and the 5 rivers join in. And there was one little motorcycle shop serving coffee. A year later, I went back, there was 7, and they were all complaining they're not making money. And the price had actually gone down. So the old monkey see, monkey do, that's fine, but a little niche on the market or something like that, or play to a different crowd, that's probably a better idea, more so than just, that one's making money, I'll go and sit beside him and do the same thing. Maybe find a different spot to do the same thing, but they don't seem to do that. They say, well, they're making money there, so yeah. So if you've got 2 places, well, unless there's a marginal difference within the product they're selling, they're really only splitting the customers. It's not. You're not talking a lot of foot traffic, and then you get the family part of it. The family will say, "Well, you buy off that one, don't buy off that one," and then their family's the other way around, and it's kind of funny, but it is interesting. But that's right throughout Southeast Asia. I don't think our respective home countries do it so much. So, Mr. Perrin, can you drop a link? I can drop a link, Mr. Perrin. I can drop a link. We'll just see if a few more come along. It doesn't matter if it don't. We can still. That's a link if anybody wants to come on. This is only the cheap ass version of StreamYards, because I haven't done a stream on this channel for quite a while. So I haven't, kind of paid them money for nothing, in honesty. But I've got to do more on this channel. Yeah, no worries, Andy. You go and have a cigarette. But where was I? The general part about it, as we all know, if a lot of the streaming mobs, they if you want a better than average setup where you can do a bit more, it's going to cost you a couple of bob. We all know that, and it just depends on your viewers, your followers, and what product you want to put out. I admittedly need to build this channel up a little bit and get my subs up a bit for when I start traveling, in the earlier part of next year. And that'd be a good thing. I've just about forgotten how to do videos, so I'm going to enlist an old friend of mine, and said he's going to help me, and we'll get a few videos coming up very shortly. Mosh, g'day, mate. Welcome along. Good to see you here. Good to see you, Mosh. A little bit different crowd of people, but yeah, we've got on the other channel, we've got a few technical problems. So I just kind of opened up on this one. To the people that don't know, Mosh is an American Cowboys fan. You might work that out. Obviously, Mitch kind of knows him. Into the heavier type music, not a bad type of a chappy. And his part-time gig selling used cars. That's a joke between us. Good evening, Mr. Perrin.
Hello, Johnny. Hello to everybody in the chat. I'm sorry to sort of force my way on, but I just have to tell you this story because it's the funniest trolling story I've heard certainly this year. And the reason I found out there was a technical hitch on Zounds was I was going to do a short video on it. Do I have your permission to tell the story, Johnny?
You sure do. You go right ahead, Mr. Perrin.
Thank you. Okay. So in Tennessee, in a little town called, what's it called? Laverne, or Laverne, I don't know how you pronounce it, but spelled Labergne. There's been a salacious story in the local police department where I guess, middle-aged lady was having an affair. She was a police lady with 6 other policemen in the same station. lots of details. If you go online to find it, just put Tennessee Police Party and you'll see all of this stuff. The great thing about it is the story's only broke quite recently, and 4 of the policemen that were having the affair with her have been sacked. 2 have been suspended. She's been sacked. All gone. I'm not going to go into all the details, but it's a really funny story just in that. Her husband was a preacher. And not Amish, but that sort of fundamental Christian. And he was an ex-policeman as well. And unless he gets his joy from being cockholded, he's obviously not very happy about it all. On the other thing is that she's white, and oddly, all the policemen in the police station were black. That's not the story. That's just the preliminary story to this troll. If you go onto Global Maps now and you write in, I'm going to spell this for you because I don't want to share a screen because I'm not quite 100% sure how to do it. But if you type in, go onto Google Maps, type in Lavergne, which is the Laverne Police Department in Tennessee. Now, I would guess there's none of our viewers here have ever watched a porn channel. But if you do, when there's one woman and lots of other men, they often call it running the train. I've heard by rumor. If you go onto Google now, they have changed all the photos on the Google, on that police department website, to trains. Out of 44 photos, or 41 photos, 40 of them are pictures of trains. And I thought that is the best troll ever. And I'm just shocked. I wanted to tell everybody earlier today, Johnny, because I thought Google have got to get rid of this. Running the train, and Google Maps now, if you look at Laverne Police Department, it's running the train. Isn't that the best troll ever? Do you appreciate my story, Johnny? I think it's brilliant. It's a great story, but more importantly,
I think
it is the best troll ever to somehow change the Laverne Police Department location to 40 pictures of trains because she was running the train. Or maybe it's just because I know that expression. The people I watch know that expression. I apologise if I've upset some sensibilities here, but yeah, it's called running the train. One lady, lots of men.
Well, Mitch is onto it. Mitch is onto it.
All right, hold on. I'm looking at the story. Oh, thank you, Mr. Mitch. I'm glad somebody. Mr. Mitch, when I saw the story this morning, I was crying. That's what I call genius trolling. And I am shocked that Google haven't changed. I think whoever controls it at Google is thinking, yeah, that is bloody funny. We've got to leave that up.
Yeah. The last time Andy Travels went to Bangkok, Steve, he got a T-shirt made up, and he went down to Pattaya and presented it to Mr. Mitch. what I was just trying to remember it. What was it? YouTube's best moderator. Mitch is a good bloke, and really he's a moderator on just about everybody's channel. The Mosh people.
I mean, we have to thank that story, Johnny, because otherwise we wouldn't have found out we had a technical hitch.
Well, I would have found out we had a technical problem when I was going to sign on. But yeah. Citizen Debs, welcome. It's Gloria, welcome. Lowski, yeah, welcome. Yeah, well done, Mosh. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. The one thing about it is, if we go through life, we meet a lot of people, and some of them actually, really stand out, and they become your good friends. And that's I can tell you, as far as YouTube wise, I've met a lot of people. I'm not saying everybody's turned out to be a friend, but I've met quite a few people that I would call them friends, and I think that's a good thing. Not everybody on a stream or in YouTube's a fool or an idiot or whatever. But yeah, it's good. It is good. We've actually got to meet up this Friday.
This Friday?
Yeah.
You could have told me before, Johnny. It's going to take me a while.
Well,
you're thinking of Australia?
Yes. We've got to meet up. We've got to meet up in Melbourne. Yeah, meet up in Melbourne. We do it fairly kind of regular, but it'll be between 3 and 6 people or whatever. It's a good thing.
I've seen what's he called? Wazza and Chania.
Yeah.
Is he part of your? I've met Wazza at a Harley Davidson event. I like the guy. Oh, does he join your gang?
When I'm in Thailand, yes. I always.
Of course, yes. Yeah. Sorry, Johnny. I'm getting confused here. Yeah, but
when I'm in Thailand, I meet
what
up with
threw me is he always goes to
Rosie's
Down Under Bar or something, doesn't he? Or
that's the one.
Yeah. That's what threw me. I was thinking Australian on the name there. But
we going. Oh, look, the year before the disease we had a big meetup there, and there must have been about 40 or 50 people. It was wonderful.
Wow.
Annie,
lot.
Welcome. Daniel, welcome. It was a big meetup, but I think when I go back next time, I'll be a lot more subdued, obviously, and I'll actually go along. I'm actually going to go down to patio, catch up with Mitch. I want to go and see Robert Groves over in. I don't know if he's ability to travel and stuff like that. Another pure gentleman. There's a lot of blokes, and as I head up country, probably catch up with Dave somewhere along the line. But it's not only just about. I always like to travel when I go to Thailand. I drop in to see the family, do a project on the house, and I get bored with that after a week, and then just go traveling.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Tesco.
That's
I go
right,
to
Dave.
Tesco's once a week. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry to cut in over you. I was just saying that's right. Wazza does a live stream every Saturday. Now, mind you, Warren in person to on a live stream and things like that is completely different. He's actually a nice bloke.
Oh, no, I like both of them. I like his. I confess I don't go anymore because somebody banned me. But I like him on stream and I like him in person.
Yeah. He's
okay.
like different people on YouTube have a persona. Some have a persona that they, it's like putting their Superman outfit on or whatever. If you meet them in real life, they are usually a lot different.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I'm the same. I'm actually the same in person as I am on the internet.
I am as well, honestly. There's absolutely no difference. I'm as big an arsehole in real life as I am on the internet.
Well, that's good, as long as you shout in turn. Yeah, it's one thing in life, that as you tour around, like I say, you meet a lot of good people. You meet different people that, like I say, with personas on YouTube and things like that, and the big differences. Well, that's the thing, Dave. You portray yourself as just a normal person, and I think you'd be exactly like that in person, pretty well the same as myself. Sometimes I'm guilty of running the mouth before putting the brain into gear, but I just say things as I see them. Always have all my life, and it gets under some people's skin, but I don't really care because it's the way the way they come across to me, or whatever. But generally, I believe there's good in all people until they prove me wrong, which sometimes don't take long.
Johnny, I think you also have to look on the positive side. It's quite amazing, really. We all get on as well as we do.
Well, you and I have threatened to kill each other a couple of times, but we ended up being pretty good mates.
Yeah. Well, I think it's because I think we both have honest antagonism. We both stand our corner. We think we're right when we're right, and sometimes we're not right. And I'm not pointing at you, I'm pointing at me. But I think we have an honest argument, an honest fight.
Yeah.
There's nothing untoward in it. There's no duplicitousness in it. We're just arguing for whatever. I don't know. Look, I just say one. Yeah. But I am honestly surprised. We all get on. I mean, maybe some of the chat don't know that we run the other channel, Zounds. We've got 8 admins on there?
Yep.
And generally, 99.9% of the time, we get on. And that is ridiculous because in most of life, that doesn't happen. So look, let's stop patting each other on the back. I'm going to go and get another beer.
Yep, you do that.
And we'll be back in a bit.
I put in the the channel I just put in there, Zounds, is our kind of group channel, which I talked about earlier on, that has no affiliation with nothing. It's just a group of people that just have a chat. No subjects change in the blink of an eyelid. pretty well a forum just to have a general conversation. And it doesn't matter if you want to talk about whatever part of the world, whatever. That's what we do. It's not any gender or genre or anything like that related. It's just about conversation. And if you want to upscale your eardrums, go and check out Mosh. Mosh is a good bloke. Until the Cowboys lose. Then he spits the dummy. We've all got to have a few loves in life, don't we? Yeah, I'm a bit hamstrung at the moment, Andy, because the our build has been on hold for so long, and the paperwork trails and the whole lot of it. I know the builders will not finish on time, and I'm not going to push them. I don't care. I just want a decent product. They were supposed to start this week, which has been postponed to next week, and next week's weather is going to be shit, so they won't be starting next week, which is fine because that's life, and you accept it. We're travelling by bus. I don't know if Dowlow's coming down, Andy. I let him know, and he kind of said, "Oh, we've got to travel by bus." So I said, "Well, I was going to get going about, probably 10, 11, something, or just something like that here, but it'll be where the train's usually 2 hours. The bus, because it's the freeways and all the rest of the shit, it'll be 3+ hours. So, something around there. I'll be flopping around, Andy. When I hit town, I'll give you a yell. And for the people from America, we do meetups here. Blokes travel around from different whatever and meet up and have a couple of beers and have a bit of a chat. Then everybody goes home, and it's a good thing. Didn't you get Dave? Didn't you get you on your meetup? Didn't you get your afternoon snooze? Oh dear. Yeah. Yeah, I asked Dom. I sent him a message. Crow is still looking after his dad, so he has respectfully declined, which is fine. In about another 3 weeks, his dad will be back on his feet and able to do a few things for himself. So that's a good thing, and that's real life. Although my parents have all passed, but the thing about it, a young bloke within our kind of group, he still takes time out of his life and real parts to care for his last parent, which is a good thing. It's not all about yahooing and drinking beer and telling bullshit stories. But yes, I will. No worries, Dave. I will. I will send Dowlo and Dom another message, or just check in with them. Tomorrow, Andy, I've got to ring you too. But that's it's a good thing. Yep. And I must admit, I did travel around a bit, but I always monitored my parents, and if anything happened, I was on the doorstep the next morning, regardless of the work. Because to me, they were more important than a dollar. The way you wrote that, Andy, is you still think you're young. I hate to tell you, mate, you've got older. I can remember when I used to say, "Oh, those old bastards are whatever age." Yeah, well, funny about that, isn't it? We all get older. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, people in their 80s. Look, I know people in their late 70s, 80s that are buggered. Arthritis, whatever. And yet I know others that are probably more active than half the 30-year-olds. Yeah, that's it, Andy. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that, Steve. But the other Steve Perrin was actually he had a good repertoire of jokes.
I forgot I was live on the chat. I'm typing in the chat, and I forgot I'm here. Oh yeah, well, my clone was excellent. In fact, most people like my clone far more than they like me. So yeah, I'll just take a back seat.
Well, the thing is, providing your clone is not being nasty, you can just sit in the back seat and take the glory.
Well, he was a little bit nasty, Bunny. So, what happened was, and I'm sure it's happened to many people, I got the backlash from what he'd been saying.
Oh, g'day, mate.
I hope. Yeah, so that's the only reason I changed. It's frustrating because somebody comes on and suddenly says, "Steve, why were you saying this about me?" And then I've never even been there. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, you was saying no, I really wasn't. I've never been there, never been to that channel. So look, but hey, it's the internet. You got to live with that stuff. As I've always said, and I'm an old boring cunt, but there are advantages and disadvantages to the internet, and you have to live with both. Life isn't all roses. There's bad bits to it as well.
Well, and don't forget, some roses have got their thorns too.
Exactly. Yeah. Life is not easy. Look, there are so many advantages to having the internet. Just for education, gaining knowledge. You could tell me anything, Johnny, and I can check it out in seconds and be fairly sure that the answer you get is going to be fairly. If you told me something years ago, I got to go to a library. I've got to research. It was a bloody nightmare.
G'day, Jeff. Why don't you try answering your bloody phone, Jeff?
I like you, Annie R. I won't guess at your age, but yeah. Abbott and Costello, the Who's On First is absolute genius. But I didn't really like their normal comedy stuff. It wasn't my cup of tea. Lauren Hardy, absolute gods. If you stay around, Annie, I have got a great story, personal story about Lauren Hardy. But we'll wait till the end of the quiz or the next time you're here. But it really is. I think if you like Lauren Hardy, you'll love my story.
Well, we've got a mixed crowd in. Does anyone want to play trivia, or do they just want to chat? Simple as that. Up to them.
Oh yeah, that's a good question, Johnny.
Well, it's kind of, well, I can sound supremacist now. It's my channel.
Yeah.
But the whole part about it is it's kind of there's some crowd from different places, and which is a good thing. And I feel very privileged that I haven't opened this channel for a while, and that people are actually dropping by from a lot of different genres, places, and things like that.
Yeah.
And, it was something we all did on Zounds, which was a good spinner on Zounds, but that a different crew. So I'm kind of opting.
Johnny, can I test the waters?
You can
with
test
with my seconds question that I sent you last week for the seconds thing, and you didn't use, just because I think it's fascinating about how we don't understand numbers. Do you remember it? Or
I do.
Do you mind if I? No. It's not. It's not really.
I've got great trust on you. We're in the chat. People have been writing, be right back, be right back, be right. They're going out to have a smoke. So I'm going to hand the helm over to you, and I'm going to go and have a smoke.
Well, yeah, because it doesn't really matter how many people are listening.
That's it.
So the first question, and this is a two-part question. But so we are going to need two answers. And you've got to be quick. You've got to try to work it out mentally rather than Google it. So the first question is, how long is 1 million seconds? Just roughly. Well, how long do you think 1 million seconds is? You don't have to be precise. Is my screen frozen, or is right? Yeah, but how long, Annie? Okay. I should have said this. How many days is 1 million? Oh, Stephen Clark, you Googled that. And it's actually not quite 12, but yeah. Right, Stephen, I want this answer typed in really quickly. But because you're tuned into Google, you're seeing the same answers. How long is 1 billion seconds? And I know you're tuned into Google, so that answer is probably there as well. But don't you find that fascinating? When you see the answer for 1 billion, we talk about numbers. Yeah, Susan Debs, I would have guessed that. Similar guess. I would have said one. If you'd have asked me, I'd have said 1 million seconds, 5 days. I'd have said a billion seconds, maybe 3 months. But Andy Travels drew that out from his brain, didn't Google it at all, and it's almost 32 years. And what I find fascinating is we talk about a millionaire and a billionaire in the same breath. Oh, he's a millionaire, he's a billionaire. There is a huge difference between a millionaire and a billionaire. Right, take it on one step further to the depths of debt in America. How long is 1 trillion seconds? It's actually quite easy. You just multiply by 1,000. But 32,000 years. So we go from a million seconds, which is 11, 12 days, to a trillion seconds, which is 30,000 years. That just gives you, in my humble opinion, just gives you a much better understanding of how fucked up the world is. I'm joking. But you know what I mean? It's so hard to imagine. But we hear it all the time. The debt in America is trillions of dollars. You think, what? Well, yeah, what is it? Once you put it into seconds, and it goes from a million is 11 days, a billion is 33 years, a trillion is 33,000 years. It's ridiculous. Just makes you understand how bad the debt is and why we're all going to be speaking Chinese very soon.
Well, in honesty, that what the debt in this country, Australia, the especially in our part of it, there was a lot of talk about the expenditures and things like that, and they said, you know what, our children are going to have to pay that back. No, our children will never pay it back. Our grandchildren's grandchildren will pay it back, but we'll be dead, and who gives a shit? Because there's nothing.
And also, Johnny, that's why they want inflation. If you have inflation, it actually reduces the debt because it's just not worth as much. So inflation works for governments that borrow. But I just find. But do you follow me, John? Am I the only one thinking this? That we use those words like a million, a billion, and a trillion. We see it on the news all the time. But when you actually look at it, there's a huge difference between 1 million and a billion or a trillion. They're just so far apart.
Well, you're an Englishman. You grew up. You thought a million pound was unachievable, totally to the elite.
Yeah, true.
And then in latter life, you went to a different country, and in your mind, a million is still a lot of money. And you see a rice farmer driving around in a brand new vehicle worth over $1 million in their currency. And you say, how the hell does that happen when they only earn this much per day or whatever?
Yeah.
So the expanse of debt is the real part, isn't it?
Yeah. I honestly, I never studied economics or so. I did law and legal stuff. I never did economics, really. I did it when I was at school, but very basic. I wish I understood it better. Um,
Annie R's got a question here. I
yeah,
hang on.
it's a good question. I don't really get it, but
I'm going to
you add up the
highlight it.
numbers.
I'm going to highlight it and try and go through it. Did you ever add up the numbers of a house? I can say yes, as in reference to the cost of building a house. I've built a couple of them, and in the stages of building another. I can remember at one stage in my life, I bought what we have. The easiest way to explain, we have a housing commission, which is a cheaper housing type thing. I think a lot of countries have the same thing. The English would call it cancel places or whatever. But at a young age, I bought one and I built onto it, improved its value, sold it, bought another house, did the same thing, and then I earned enough money to build a house of my own. Just as in Australia here, interest rates started to rise, but they didn't stop until they got to just about 20 odd percent. And there was that much property on the market for sale. Um, the they stopped all sales. They did a lot of things. The banks got some slaps over the knuckles. They took some losses, and we went back to normal. But then interest rates went down the other way to where it wasn't even worth having any money in the bank. You were better off investing in land, real asset. Good night, Andy. I'll talk to you in the morning, mate. And history always seems to repeat itself. KC, g'day, mate. How you doing, buddy? Welcome along.
Casey's only joined because he heard that you perhaps weren't doing a trivia quiz.
Well,
I'm joking.
It's
You say
it's pretty well a relaunch of my channel, and I do hope everybody's subscribed. That'd help me a lot, because when I do travel, it gives me that ability, because I do, and I travel by public transport only, and do a lot of walks and talks and things like that when I'm traveling. And this time round, when I do, it'll be the Philippines and Thailand. There'll be two.
excellent.
Because I've got the wish list, the bucket list before I die, and I think I've got to start working back on the bucket list, because I think heaven's knocking on the door. Yeah.
Well, can I just say, Johnny, I've not only subscribed, but I've also done a thumbs down. So kudos to me, I think.
I appreciate the thumbs down and the thumbs up.
Yep.
I take no offence to a person that puts a thumbs down and leaves. Only thing I take offence to is obligatory comments. But then again, I'll even discuss them. But that doesn't matter. I do YouTube, and I've been doing it for a long time. And yes, I've neglected this channel, but I've done it for a long time. for fun, for a hobby, and to share experiences, and at times share real things with people. Uh, and what started me off was there were a lot of channels um, projecting ways of life and uh, offering to help people through the um, the pros and cons of visas and applications and all that. And that it was always attached to, if you send me some money. Well, realistically, to gain the information, sometimes it's frustrating, but I used to do that. And I can still put up the information which is relevant right now, go click, click, bang. That's what you need to do for a visa for Thailand.
Yeah.
That's what you need for Laos. That's what you need for the Philippines. And it's still relevant. And I used to do it for nothing, just to piss the other people off. That's why I started off.
Good, man.
I started
Excellent.
off being an
I didn't know
arsehole
that.
and ended up being an arsehole, mate.
No, that is brilliant. Yeah. Don't go on there to pay for it. I'm going to give you information for free. I don't want anything. It's easy to find. I haven't got the same in-depth knowledge of Thailand or Asia that you have, Johnny, but I do the same. And I think that's the most frustrating thing as well when people come on. Don't misunderstand me. I'm an idiot. But I know a little bit about how it all works. And when people come on and they tell you this stuff, I get frustrated and I'm biting on it. Fuck no, you're talking rubbish. That's not how it works. This is the way to do it. And occasionally I've bitten and gone on, and all that happens is I get banned. I get blocked or banned or whatever. And it just doesn't work.
Oh, what I used to, my pet hate, and you still see them. People from different countries. Oh, we're going to do our what it costs to live in whatever country, and here's our roundup.
Yeah.
I hate them videos, and I usually write derogative comments to say that is your cost. Don't project it that everybody's going to do it, because not everybody wants to eat shit, bloody maggot-ridden bloody street food every day of the week.
Yeah.
Not everybody wants to live under a bloody bridge and a canal.
Johnny, my favourite person's commenting in the chat. I just have to read hers out. Or I'm not guessing your pronouns, Annie are, but I'm guessing you're a she. I had a friend that studied Kabbalah philosophy, and he translates as up numbers and even in names and how various things affect people. Quite interesting, just an interest one. Oh, Annie, you would love Thailand. They do it all the time here. We have a national lottery every 2 weeks. 1st of the month, 15th of the month. There are hundreds of videos trying to work out what the next lottery numbers are going to be. And the Thai lottery is actually one of, according to the people who work out the statistics of it, it's quite a fair one. You got a better chance, in England, you got no chance of winning comparatively. But the Thailand one, I've won 8,000 baht. I won, and I don't invest any money into it at all. When I say I won it, I bought the ticket. My wife got the money. I don't know how that works, Johnny. Was that? Anyway,
it's called marriage, Steve.
All right.
Let's re-explain that. what's yours is yours and what's mine's my own.
Yeah, absolutely. But no,
Right,
absolutely true,
we've got the
Johnny.
perspective there.
I got drunk in Pattaya. I played pool all night long on quite a tricky table and won every game. I was on the table for about 3 hours. And I'm not that good. I was just so lucky. Every time the guy thought he was going to win, he potted the white and the black at the same time. That's okay. And I stayed on all night, and I said to him, well, we got to buy a lottery ticket. That won me 8,000. 8,000 isn't a fortune, by the way, to anybody. It's only on this current thing, it's only £200, $250. That's it. Nothing.
Yeah,
Where was I going with this story, Johnny? I can't remember.
You
Yeah, numbers.
Yeah.
Numbers. Annie R. Oh, Thais love anybody trying to explain to them what numbers are going to come out next week. People make a fortune on the YouTube here, doing it each week, saying, right, we've done this and we've done that and we've done that, and these are the next numbers. Big business here, honestly. Because the Thais, just like all Asians, are very superstitious. They believe in luck ridiculously. That's how Buddhism. God, I'm getting deep here. Buddhism is all about luck. It's not about taking care of other people. It's about doing stuff to make your life better, getting more luck in your life.
Well, that's where if you do a good deed, you know that's to return to you in a multitude. So that's realistically, it's not the wonderful thing of giving and the love of mankind. It's selfishness. It's written that if I do something nice for that one, I'm going to get it back so many more times. So I'll be nice to a few other people as well. That's the real truth. It's got nothing to do with helping the other. It's kind of it's all about me.
Yeah. Of course, the alternative to that, Johnny,
that's to pull it apart. That's to pull it apart into the raw truth. Yeah.
Yeah. And the alternative of that is in the Western religions, Christianity, where if you're not good, you're going to spend eternity in hell. So you better be good.
Yeah. Well, what did your parents always say? If you're not nice and you're nasty or you're a bad person, Santa won't bring you anything at Christmas. You know.
Oh yeah. I'm making a list. What's the song, Johnny? I'm making a list. I'm going to find out who's good and be bad. That's the song, isn't it?
Actually, Steve, there's
I didn't sing it right yet.
There is a song. There is a song that's an Australian song. Look, I don't give a shit about a copyright thing. Hang on, Rodney Rood.
You know, Johnny, I've only just realised there are two dogs on the screen at the moment. That's appropriate, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I've got to kind of change mine. Because that dog there, he died a few years ago, but he was a wonderful dog.
That's what I should do. I've got a photo of a dog that I love. Maybe I'll pull that out. Yeah, that's a good idea. I never thought about it.
That dog, the funny part about it is, like Nit says, g'day, Nathan. You know, that dog was kind of treated like a kid to a certain extent, and at the Nitzer would, you know, go and do the selfies and all that kind of stuff, and the real part about it is there's very few photographs without that dog photobombing.
Yeah.
That's all the bastard ever did was photobomb.
Excellent.
Here's this song.
I've got a good point to make at the end of the song, Johnny.
Well, yeah, it's a bit rude. It's a little bit rude.
No, it's all right. Just remind me, you did say you had a good point, Steve, because you know what my brain's like. I'll forget. It's about dogs.
What am I doing here? We'll stop that. We'll redo it.
Quite often I get to thinking how as kids we got by. Like at Christmas time at our house, we couldn't even afford a fire. But we made do with what we had back then when I was young. Dad used to suck a peppermint, we'd all sit around his tongue. We couldn't afford no fancy tinsel for our Christmas tree, so we'd just wheel our granddad in and make the old cunt sneeze. Wheel him round the other side, Nana. But things changed pretty bloody quick. I got kids now of my own, and I heard them unwrap their prezzies last night when I got home. Hey, Santa Claus, you cunt, where's me fucking bike? I've unwrapped all this other junk and there's nothing that I like. I wrote you a fucking letter and I come to see you twice. You worn out geriatric fart, you forgot me fucking bike. If I'd have wanted a pair of bloody socks, I would have bloody asked. And this cowboy suit and ping pong set you can shove right up your ass. You stuffed me bloody order up, it's enough to make you spew. But it's not just me who's snaky, mate, me sister's dirty too. Hey, Santa Claus, you cunt. Where's me fucking pram? You promised me you'd send me one, and you remember who I am? 'Cause I'm the little girl what you made sit right on your head. I'll give you fucking ho-ho-ho, you forgot me fucking pram. Next time I come to see, I'm gonna punch in the guts, and I'll let your fucking reindeer loose, kick Rudolph in the nuts. Yeah, you just wait till next year till you get back to that store. And me and me little sister come stomping through the door and we'll say, hey, mums and dads, just smell his breath and check his bloodshot eyes. And don't listen to him, boys and girls, because he tells fucking lies. He's just a piss tank and a pervert. He's not even very bright, because the old fucking wanker forgot me fucking bike.
Yeah. Interesting song.
Right, dogs.
It's not necessarily 100% appropriate, but in all you know mixes, but pretty close to the truth.
On the same line, Johnny, I think having dogs, I've never been a cat person, so I'll upset 50% of the audience here. I've never really liked cats. I love dogs. But having a dog is a bit similar to what you're saying. There's lots of great things about it. But your dog is going to die one day. And that is probably the saddest day. I don't cry, Johnny. Even when my first wife died, I didn't cry. when I buried the little dog that I had in Thailand for 3 or 4 years that was just so clever, I cried as I was putting him into the hole.
Mm.
And it's strange. And even now, thinking about it, and you talking about your dog, a little bit choking up. Now, people who like cats won't understand that, and I don't really. My dad loved cats, absolutely loved them, and I've got a best mate in Thailand who loves cats. They don't do anything for me, but
You
go on,
know,
Johnny.
I will admit, you know, like I come from a farming background, although you know, multi-skilled tradesman, all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, I came from a farm, so there was always cats, and they had everything on the farm had a job. Um, but you know, the dogs was cats. You can't. Although I must admit, I had cats that'd follow you down the back paddock and hang around with you all day while you're doing fencing.
Yeah,
But they were pretty, you know, far between. But as far as that company thing, yeah. But you know, the cats had a job. You know, rats, mice, shit like that. Um, but the dogs were a part of, you know, company. But you know, if you said to that dog, you know, you kind of half pointed to a cow and just, you know, I want to get that one up to the yard because it's got a limp on it, and I just want to see what's going on. You could just about tell the dog, and by the time you got there, it was done, you know. But I must admit, at Christmas, when we're down at the niece's place, she bought a couple of little chihuahuas, and one reminded me of uh, a dog that I had before, the one that's in the photo there. Uh, he was half Chihuahua and very, very smart. Actually, to the stage of smart assed. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, I'll tell the story. I bought a woman home, and and the dog wouldn't let her into the bed. And I thought, well, you're a bit of a killjoy for a date type of thing, you little bastard. But um, well, me and the dog, you know, it had been me and the
yeah.
dog for quite a while. But the whole thing about it, he thought he owned every frigging thing in the joint, you know. And after that, I kind of thought, well, you're out the backyard from now on, you mongrel.
That's a
Yeah,
great story.
but
Can we just go to the chat? Because
yes,
there's
go
lots of
for it.
people that are really interested in this. Casey, I can't see whether it's a cat or a dog. I've looked up. Like I read your story, your thing. You said I lost it. I had her for 12 years. She knew everything about me. I'm guessing that's a cat because cats tend to know everything about you. Or people who like cats do that. And also, this is another example of why women love serial killers and people that are cats like me because I don't care about them. Um, I don't know why, but cats are quite friendly towards me.
Yeah, don't you want to just when they're walking up along a railing and kind of, you know, rubbing up against you, don't you want to go? Is anybody watching? I'm going to punch this bastard in the guts.
Yeah. Oh, it's a dog. Excellent. Oh, Casey. Excellent. Yeah, I understand you then, sir. Yeah, absolutely. No, my
No,
dog never understood anything. Well, look, the dog I had here, I've buried. Christ, I'm an old man. I've buried. How many dogs have I got through in my life? Quite a few. Um, but anyway, yeah, the last dog we had, the first dog, it was my wife's dog originally. was just so clever. It was an ugly poodle type thingy, not a beautiful dog in any way. Would you say he was a nice looking dog? But he was so clever. I could tell him stuff in English, and he'd understand it. I'd say he was called Cap, C-A-P. Cap, check out the garden. And he'd go and run around the garden just checking to see what was about. He was so clever. He used to love, we have in Johnny Tukax, the lizards.
Yeah.
Look it. Oh, he used to love it. He wanted to eat one. And of course, being a man, luck would never let him play with them. I used to help him. So we'd chase down Tukax so he could eat one. It was so funny. I'm remembering such good thoughts. But Johnny, I probably transferred my thoughts onto him. Probably not as clever as I think, but in my brain, he's the cleverest dog I've ever met. Just brilliant.
In a way, I've kind of been blessed with majority of the dogs I've had have been very, very smart. But when you were talking about the 2K, because the bigger ones, if you listen to them of a night, they don't go 2K. They it's more like Tukok. I used to call them two cocks.
Yeah. Well, in the first house we had big ones there. We were 15 miles away from the nearest city, in a village, and we had big Tukaks there. In the new house our house here is only 8 years old. We've only got the small ones. We haven't got the big Tukaks here yet. But anybody that's not in Thailand, they are really loud. When we're talking about it, is incredibly loud. A Tukak, Tukak, or whatever you're saying. Yeah, isn't it loud, Johnny? Unbelievably loud.
They are.
We're talking about lizards. What do you say, John? About 18 inches long. A good one.
Oh, they can. Yeah, they get a fair size on them, and you don't really find them in China, but most of Southeast Asia you find them, because China they'll eat anything. But yeah, they're a problem because they invade your house.
Yeah. They shit everywhere.
Yeah, they're pricks of things.
But we in this house we're in now, I hardly see. We still have the small Tukaks, about 4 to 6 inches long, and they still shit everywhere as well. But we haven't got any big. We haven't got any big ones here.
KC, what you wanted was the bucket of water. But I like I said, when I was younger, there was one cat, and it was kind of the runt of the litter,
right?
And I kind of fed it and whatever, and it followed me anywhere and everywhere. Well, probably because I saved its life at the end of the day, but it lived to 15 years old. But any other cat that we had on the farm was basically, they weren't house cats. They were just down around the machinery sheds and things like that, and they'd get a bit of food, but their job was for rodents, because we had grain storage and things like that. which, your rats and mice and snakes.
Got ya. Yeah. Let me read out Anna again. My cat Buddy was thrown out of the rear window. Sorry, my cat Buddy was thrown out of the rear window of a moving car like an empty beer can by where I worked on August. Christ, you remember the date? Bloody hell.
That's
Yeah.
and
He was,
and
I'll just finish what you said. He was less than 6 weeks old. Went home on my motorcycle. That's great, Annie.
That I can't stand people like that.
No.
I've been in the situation where cats have had kittens, and I've gone, well, I don't want the bloody cats, But there's always somebody says, I'll have a kitten, and okay. And they're raised up because you could have, as soon as they come out, you could have dealt with them, the whole part about it.
Yep.
We ended up raising.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we ended up raising up these kittens till they were weaned and ready to go to homes. And all these people that said, "Oh, I'd love a cat," they all found reasons why they didn't want a cat.
Right.
So I just got the rifle out and dealt with all the kittens plus the mother.
Shit.
And so that's it. No more cats.
Yeah.
It's
tough. Johnny, do you know that I don't same in Australia, but certainly in England, one of the highest rates of suicide is amongst farmers because they do two things that are pretty horrible. Well, three things really. One, they have a certain tradition. Your father had the farm.
Oh,
I've got to keep the farm going. So you got a responsibility to your family.
Yeah.
But I'm not talking about huge multinational farm. I'm talking about normal farmers.
Yeah.
So you've got your grandfather owned the farm, his grandfather owned the farm. So you will let your line of ancestry down if you don't keep this farm going. That's number one. That is quite a burden. Number two, it's a bloody lonely life. Farmers are about the most capable people you will ever meet. They can turn their hands to anything. But a lot of the time, unless it's a really bit, they're working on their own. They have lots of time to just contemplate what's happening. Plus, they're doing what you just said, which was really horrible. They're bloody killing stuff.
I remember.
Go on.
I can remember, Steve. We had a drought. On. And we couldn't afford to feed all the animals, and what they were worth was just about nothing. As a plight to the government for help, we did a nationally televised cattle shoot on one farm. Everybody brought along, an animal that they were going to sacrifice. But the thing is, there was people that went home and shot a lot of their cattle and then turned the guns on themselves.
Fuck.
And in my lifetime, I've seen that happen probably 4 times.
Fuck.
But, and
Johnny, I won't go on.
And governments here just go, oh, well, that's life. It's a shame that. Well, where's the fucking help when you can get a pack of pedophiles and make sure they're in a good home and God knows what, and pieces of shit. All the drug dealers make sure they were in a nice little jail. But the thing is, you can't look after the people that you fucking tax the guts out of. G'day, Dom. Welcome along. Sorry, Casey. I'll catch up on the chat now.
That's actually an incredible story, John. I've only heard from hearsay, from reading and stuff. I that is ridiculous. Yeah,
But
turn the gun on themselves. Yeah, I can believe it.
Yeah,
I can honestly believe that 100%.
We got rid of cattle. We put them down, but I actually processed them into skins, which were a sellable item, pet food, which I took to Melbourne, and I did it for a few of the other farmers. At least we got a couple of dollars out of it, not but that helped a bit. But the one thing that pissed me off the most, because I've always kind of been behind the farmers, and when I used to run this channel regularly, especially in the droughts, there was a charity. It was called Buy Me a Bale.
Right.
But I always had plenty of fodder because I learnt over the years keep my place understocked and make fodder because it's better than money in the bank.
Right.
And I donate to the other people. But when we wanted it, none of it kind of come back. So I cracked the shits a little bit. That's in the old days, but the newer arrangements of that where it started from have got a lot better. There's a lot of stuff reciprocating, but farmers, you might think, like in this country, there's no subsidies unless they're multinationals, and that's another problem. But the average farmer, the work they put in, they're up, up past 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning milking cows. They got a bit of time through the day. They'll have a snooze or do, but you still got to keep your pastures up to date. You've got to, and when it comes to harvest season, you'd be flat out to get 4 hours sleep a day.
Yep. Johnny, we used to have go on.
No, you go ahead.
It's only a brief story. We used to have a TV program in England, which was a comical program, and what they did was they had a team that maybe they had a teacher, a lawyer, a marketing executive, and a farmer in this team. They had to do sort of various tests, like they'd give you an oil drum, a few planks of wood, and say, right, you've got to work out how to build a bridge over this stream, 10-foot stream. And the executives and the teachers and whatever, right, let's talk, let's think about this and let's work out what the plan's going to be and what we're going to do. And the farmer would, it was just so, he just watched them and go, right, I've done that. It was almost like they were still talking as he went bang, 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 done, right. Okay, what's next? Farmers are incredibly capable of turning a hand to everything because they have to. Because as what I said earlier on, you're on your own. You can't ask for help.
Yeah, well, we had.
Did that story make any sense? Did that story make any sense, Johnny? Or not?
It did because.
Oh, good.
It comes back to necessity is the mother of invention.
Yeah.
The people in the academic world don't really get realistic or reality. They don't really get it.
No.
And that's
you
why.
you would have loved this program, Johnny. God, you'd have. Even at the time, I cried with laughter because it was just so simple for the farmer. You know, these were supposed to be intelligence questions. You know, we got to work as a team. We got to do that. And the farmer is, yeah, right. I've done that. What's next? Look, I know I'm repeating myself, but it was bloody fantastic. Sorry, mate.
I'm just looking at. I'm just like the comments. Mitch, you got a hoof GP to take care of the milkers. Well, yeah, we started off milking cattle, and we had pigs and a few sheep, and but the whole part about it is, and a few mongrel horses every now and again, but the horses weren't. They were mainly to sell on, but hoofs. I pretty well grew up clipping nails, cleaning out hoofs. If they got infected or something like that, injecting cattle with whatever. I grew up with it, so to me it was normal. A cow went down with milk fever. You knew what was wrong with it, so you'd get your calcium and lime and shit like that with the pre-mixed stuff. You'd warm it up to blood temperature in warm water, and then you'd hot vein the cow, just into the vein on the neck, or the vein that runs to the blood vein that runs down to the udder. But same as dehorning cattle, that was all. But that's when we got smarter and used to do the ones that with no carbs, the electric dehorner, hot dehorner over the bud. That old days of those big dehorners and cutting horns off. That was a shit of a job.
Can I put a shout out to everybody in the chat? I've got to do some cooking because I haven't eaten yet. I delay my evening meal on Wednesday for the quiz, but can somebody come and keep Johnny company on the chat while I just go? I've only got to turn the potatoes on. Do 20 minutes, I'll be done.
Well, that's all right, Steve. I'll put the link back in.
No, Johnny, no. I'll hold on until everybody in the chat feels guilty enough, or somebody. I'm joking.
No, I'm just putting the link there. I'm just putting the link in the chat.
All right, sorry. I thought you were going to say you're going to put music on. Look, Casey, we come from a different world. I don't even. They are all props, bro. Who are you talking to? I have no idea.
Yeah, Mitch. I like farming as I knew, and probably you as a child, has changed now. Like we got to have when milk prices dropped. It was absolute bullshit. And it was either two ways to go: either go into beef cattle, which had a better market, or buy out your neighbour and milk 2 or 3 times the cattle to get an income that you used to have. Quite a few did that, and over the years, but it's taken 20 years for it to get to a decent income. And the prices of land, tractors, everything, for a young person that kind of says, I want to become a farmer, they simply could not afford it. They simply could not afford it. unless it was handed down to him or down to them or something like that, really, in this country. Because the other part about it is we've got multinationals that buy up land too. So that in itself's a problem in this country, where if I wanted to do something somewhere else, I can't go to another country and throw a whole heap of dollars around and own half the bloody joint or whatever, because I'm not a resident. I'm not born and bred in that country. There's different ways around it, but it's always their country, their thing. We're here, which I believe our government let us down, where, obviously they fill their back pockets, the one making the decisions, but somebody can just come across with a heap of dollars and throw them on the counter and just buy what they want. Yes, Nathan, that's right. 300 cows. Well, actually, in my day, 300 cows was a lot of cows, but now it's, around 1,000 plus. There's one dairy up from me. Everything's automated. It's the cows just kind of go to the dairy when they want. And everything's all computer operated, and the investment in that kind of technology would be tremendous, but they've got pretty good production. But it's pretty well multinational owned, and they have their own contracts with the milk companies, and it's completely different. It's changed the fair practice of supply and demand. If you're putting out the larger supply, you can actually put your product in a bidding war. It's not done like the old ideas of what we grew up with. But at the end of the day, the production of milk has got to be done by a minimal amount of staff and all that kind of stuff, because the price is still kind of low. It used to be you would earn from a milking cow $1,060 per year. And by the time you took into account of feeding the animal and medications, what it needed, it would cost you $860. Now that's from when I was doing stuff, and that's real facts and figures. And that was quite a few years ago. So I don't. Things haven't got cheaper, and the price of milk really hasn't gone up. So that little line in between is a pretty tight line. It'd be like the Niagara Falls tightrope walkers. Some of them fell off. That's for sure. Now I'm gonna call it half time. I'll put a little song on. Yeah, that's right, Dom. Yeah. I'm going to call it half time. I'm going to put a song on, Little Boy's Room, and then I'll be back. So instead of just being a dead microphone, I'll put on some music. I hope you enjoy it. Mind you, I haven't listened to it, so you'll tell me if it's shit or not. Come on. I've got to remember how to do some of this stuff. Although I should know. I'll just put that over there. And yeah, just make yourselves a cup of tea. You got 3 or 7 minutes or something. But
When I was young, just a boy, dreamed of falling in love with a girl like you. Through the years I thought I found you, and nothing would do. Now here we are. I wanna grow old with you. You're making my dreams come true. With you I feel brand new, 'cause I don't get old loving you. When I was older looking hard, your love hit me hard. I didn't see you coming. Through the years you were doubting, you thought about running. Now here we are. I wanna grow old with you. You're making my dreams come true. With you I feel brand new, 'cause I don't get old loving you. I wanna grow old with you. You're making my dreams come true. With you I feel brand new, 'cause I don't get old loving you. 'Cause I don't get old loving you.
Geez, my timing was out a little bit with that one. Bugger. Sorry about that. Gotta love Thailand. Welcome, Dave. Welcome along.
Hey, how you doing, Johnny?
Terrific, mate. Terrific. What about yourself?
Not bad. Just, Mitch wanted me to come on and say hello, so I just got back in. I don't know. I just put out a short. I was all excited. The electrician has been here all day redoing all the wiring on the pond and on the pool. So now I got a pool light. So I turned it on. It looks pretty cool. I'm impressed. It looks good.
Well,
The pool.
the one thing in life, as we get older, Dave, those small things bring us a lot of joy.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Waking up every morning puts a smile on my face.
I've looked at your project and I thought, when's he going to build the deck in between, right out to the back, and cover all that stuff up and have a nice raised deck out through there? Has that ever come into your mind?
The building that's going to be on the one side that's 3 by 4 meters does have a top deck that's 3 by 4 meters with a cover on it. So it'll have a bar up there with it's going to have a wet bar. It'll have a refrigerator, a sink, and I'll have a barbecue up there, so you can actually look down. I just don't have any property is the problem. But yeah, I've shoved 25 pounds of crud in a 1 pound bag. That's for sure.
Yeah. Because I've been, as you know, I've been following your builds and things like that, and I thought he's run out of land. So the next thing to do is put everything underneath it, do a raised deck, and that brings everything up to that patio height,
Right.
where you get that bit more enjoyment out of it, and then but that's just me. Mate.
Yeah, I think it's like I said, it's going to give me that building below is now mine. My wife said I can have it, so it's 3 by 4 meters, so I can have all my stuff in there for YouTube and live streams and all that kind of stuff, and air conditioned, big screen TV, my little whatever man cave, and then the top will be at the end will be a staircase, and hopefully I want to have family over once a week. Maybe not as extravagant as Chuck from No Time to Be Sad, but a little family gathering once a week, maybe 10 people, something. I'd like to do that. I think the kids came over for Children's Day or whatever it was, and they had a ball, 4 of them anyway. And those would probably be the ones that come over, that family, and a couple other cousins or something. I don't know. I enjoy Thailand and Thai people and my Thai family. So.
Oh, look, a little village out of Nakhonsawan is what we call our Thai home, and predominantly they're all rice farmers and that. So I've done the rice farming thing. We rented land. We've still got a bit of land, but the thing about it is the house is the typical. It's kind of Nitz's house and a mum's, but it's the typical Thai woman separates from husband and takes the house and then goes and rebuilds it back in the village type of thing. But it was done a bit dodgy, and over the years I've got it up to speed. I put a new roof on it, rewired it, Thai, a little bit better than Thai style, but because there's no use trying to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, but just to make things a little bit better. And I go there and I relax and I'm comfortable, but I'm always looking for the next project.
Right. Now, where is this at, John? Where is it at? You probably said.
At Nakhonsawan.
Where's that? Because I'm not familiar with
Well,
that.
if you travel from Surin, you head back down the main highway to Bangkok, you come into Nakhonsawan city, and then you continue down. and it's
So it's close
it's 40 kilometers from the main city.
of Bangkok.
Well, it's the town is called Tartako.
But it's close to Bangkok,
Uh,
or no?
350 away.
Oh wow. Okay, so I travel from here to Bangkok, and then I go 350 past Bangkok to
No,
where
no,
it's at.
no, no, no.
Oh,
In between where you are and
uh-huh.
Bangkok, the
Oh,
halfway
okay.
line
Oh, okay.
where you cross the Chao Phrayat River,
Okay.
the Kansawan city is where the five rivers, the Ping. Well, I used to remember the whole lot of them, but they all come in and form the the Chao
Okay.
Phrayat River.
Oh, okay. So you're not that far from me.
No, no, about probably about the same distance from probably about another 300 odd up. I've been through. Look, I've travelled up through Surin, Buriram, the whole lot of that, and up the Mekong, and then back down and across, right across to the border. I've kind of done that for years.
Wow. Yeah, because it takes about, I want to say the last time that I went was 6.5 hours from Surin to Bangkok. I mean to Don Tiem, or Pattaya. But
Yeah.
I got 3 tickets too on the way there. So uh, my wife's very proud of me. She put it on Facebook. She's got a great sense of humor. My wife.
You need to put that one leg on a diet.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm not in. All of them. I was doing 120, and that's about what I did all the way across. And I think it's 90 or 100 or something. I think it's 90, and I don't know why I'm retired. It really doesn't matter whether I get someplace at 3 in the afternoon or 4. It doesn't really matter. So I should. And now the points go against her, because now I think 11 points you get and they take your license away. So I have to be
Yep.
careful. Yeah. So,
I
but
look.
go ahead.
No, I was just going to say on that. I worked here on the roads, so it wasn't only building them; it was fixing them up, resealing, picking up after car accidents, truck accidents, all that for just over 17 years.
Wow.
So when it comes to drivers on the road, I've got real anger issues.
I
and
bet.
and and the other thing that kind of ended my career is I got run over.
Eh,
So
well,
so not only have I got the physical part of it to remind me of it, I've got the mental part of it, and uh,
wow.
and I say to, well, it's not really my daughter, but I class her as my daughter. It's my wife's cousin
Uh,
that grew up with a Thai father that after her mother died, that just kind of abandoned her, and she was kind of half on her own, and we kind of looked after her, and she's now 30-year old, and she is very, very smart, very motivated, very focused, and a brilliant person.
awesome.
And I although she's not my daughter, but I call her daughter because I'm so proud of her.
Yeah, yeah. Sadly that happens quite a bit here. I think with the father, but it's too bad. But luckily, in like that case there, and my kids, and a lot of other people like Mark, his daughter.
Yep.
There's people that actually care around too, which kind of makes it nice. And I don't know if I know Steve. Do I know Steve? Is Steve still here? I didn't
Oh,
really
he's
hear.
doing a bit of he's doing a bit. Hey, look,
No, no,
he's
I don't know if you can hear me. I'm still here. I'm just
Oh,
listening.
okay.
It's really interesting. Uh, gotta love China. Is it Dave? I heard you say.
Yeah,
yeah.
yes, it is.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've
Nice
ever
to meet.
met you or not. Yeah, nice to
No,
meet you.
I don't think so. I'm a bit of a wallflower on here. Nice to meet you, Dave.
Nice to meet you. Another
We
Australian, I'm
we
imagining.
actually on the map we actually form a triangle. If you look where Johnny lives and where
Uh-huh.
you live and where I live, it's a nice triangle. I'm
Ah.
just to the south of Khao Yai
Oh, okay. So you're here in
uh,
Thailand. Okay.
National Park.
Oh,
So
nice.
a place called Nakhon Nayok.
Oh,
I'm on
okay.
the rim of so you for me is just northeast a bit, but I've got to go all round Khao Yai to get to you. Um, and Johnny is Serene is just a bit left, really,
Now,
slightly to the west.
now, Khao Yai, that's the place up in the mountain that I think my wife's been trying to get me to go
National,
to for
a big
a
national
year now
park,
or
though.
two. Yeah, yeah. She wants to go up there and go camping. I think with the kids.
Yeah,
I guess they're camping places up there or something. So
you're probably not too far away from it either because it's a
no, yeah.
huge national park. I think I could be wrong here, but I think it was the
Maybe.
first national. And of course,
How far is Khao Yai?
Khao Yai means big, so it's a big place. I think it's the biggest, and I think it was
4
also the
hours.
first national park.
My wife just said 4 hours. She just
Okay.
came in. She had to go pay the electrician, so she just came in and
Right.
I asked her.
Just,
It's
just
just unbelievable, man. This guy spent 2 days here all day long with, I think, a relative of some sort, a younger kid. The kid knows what he's doing. The electrical work is just top freaking notch. The guy just has pride in his work. And I added another 1,000 liter tank. He took both my pumps out. One goes down into my well, completely wrapped around my house up both sides, my well water, because they use it for all their farming that they're doing. They're planting stuff up against the wall across the street. Of course, they got the okay from all the people. Did all that. All the material he put in. He did the light for the pool. He did all the, around the pool and the pond to the pumps, to everything on that deal. 2 days worth of work, and material was 9,000 baht. 9,000 baht the material was, and for label 2,000 baht. He's the same guy that
yeah,
put in all my cameras. I mean, so we gave him another 1,000, and I still felt bad. But if I started doubling his labor, he'd probably start. It might start getting expensive. But I just can't believe how. I don't know. The other guys, the other three guys that I got working here, of course, family, most of them. It's just, they're getting 400 and 500 baht a day to work, and it's even less than that, I think, out where, out further. So,
yeah.
and they're happy to work.
You're overpaying them, Dave.
Yeah, I know. I probably am. It's
Um,
just that they're just happy to work. I mean, in the middle of everything, of course, I've been doing all my crap during all the virus and shit, right? So it's like, they're just happy that they could work and that they could have it a couple of times. I said, man, I can only take maybe 2 of you guys instead of 3. Well, we'll work for less. Well, you just give us a set amount and we'll split it up. We don't care. We just want to work. It's like,
yeah,
man, they're just
I,
happy to do it.
yeah. On that personal thing, when and the family part came into it. Yeah, when the whole disease we had to have thing came into it, uh, some of the older members of the family and did work. People were coming back from Bangkok and whatever. Uh, we actually sent over, well, let's say, mum,
Right.
probably triple to just say to some of the relatives, make sure they got a bit of food and stuff like that. Look after her own.
Right.
And
Right.
and,
Sure.
and the whole thing about it is when I first and maybe you can, after I finish this, you can elaborate, and probably Steve as well. when I first met up with my Thai girl and all the rest of it, you go to the village and you meet up with the family and all of that kind of stuff. Um, you kind of say to yourself, well, this is all wonderful, but am I really accepted by the others, or am I just, seen as an ATM, or what's the go? But my experience is, I'm a tight ass. I'll tell you straight up, but not as tight as a pommy. But the thing is, people were doing stuff, and I'd go and help them, and because of my background and trades and stuff like that, they'd be working on their tractor, and when they'd turn around, I'd be handing them the spanner they wanted to do the next job, or the next part of it. And at times, one would be waiting, and I'd come home for 3 months and then go back over because my employment allowed me to do it. And I'd take them over a gasket set for their tractor and say, "There you go, mate. That's what you're waiting on." Lots of things like that. But it wasn't a case of that I had my hand in my pocket giving out to everybody. It was because the person I was, and yes, I helped them, and they helped me. That I kind of said, well, yes, I've actually been accepted by these people. And that to me made a bigger difference, because you weren't just seen as something different. You were actually seen as a person.
I
That's
feel
the
that
end of
way
my,
too with my
that's the
family.
end of my talk. Yeah.
I feel that way with mine. My mother-in-law and father-in-law. I wish I could speak Thai because they're dying to just talk to me. They have to go through my wife, or this or that. But they've accepted me from like the very first day. And I guess a lot of trolls or whatever would say, "Oh, it's just because you got money, or just because you give them money. It's just because." I don't believe that one bit. If I believed that, I wouldn't be in the situation I'm in. And I'd said it before, even if my wife and my relationship, she didn't love me, she loved being with me, we have fun together, I would have still married her and still given her my pension, regardless. Because of the way that she took care of me when I was in the hospital, she never left
Mm.
my side. She could have just dumped me when I was in there, then said, bye, see you later. I'm going to go to the next farang. And but I know they accepted me, and I feel like it's my family now. I don't know
Yeah,
what I
that's
would do, otherwise.
well. You've got the daughters,
Yes,
which you've accepted as your own, and they've accepted you, which is a wonderful bloody thing.
yeah, yeah,
It really
definitely.
it is, and you can see, um, that they appreciate what's being done for them,
Oh,
and
definitely.
and realistically, uh, well, we won't go into circumstance or anything like that, but they say, well, this man's our dad. He treats us like our children, and you can see from your videos, Dave, that they give you the respect that's deserved, and it's not
Sure.
false.
No, no, not fake in any way. They'd flat out come to my wife. My wife said the kids say we wouldn't have any of this if it wasn't for Dave, right? We would have nothing. They don't know. I mean, my wife, I still am completely baffled on how a woman that makes 20,000 baht, works for the government, takes care of her mom and dad, takes care of their place, pays the electric bill, has a apartment in Bangkok, pays for that, pays the electric, pays the water there, sends her mom there every weekend while the kids are in boarding school and private school there, so that they don't have to spend the weekend. That's a $500, 300 something dollar train ride each way, every weekend, so they don't have to spend 7 days in the on the campus, uh, you
Mm.
know, washing the same shirt in the sink, wearing it and stuff like that. Now they've got clothes for the week. They've got shoes they want. They can have anything that they want to. They don't even know when they first started going out to eat. I mean, we can have whatever we want, whatever you want. And the old one, both of them can eat. She'll eat 3 meals when we go to a steak place that we like to go to. Can I take one home? Sure, you can do whatever you want. Eat, you know. I'm amazed on how my wife did it. Plus, she bought and paid for this land that we're sitting there. Sure, she bought it 10 years ago and probably, you know, shoved away, you know, money. It just, I'm thoroughly amazed. And I look at my wife and I said, I'm the luckiest man in the world. And she comes right back at me and says, I'm the luckiest man in the, or the luckiest woman in the world. And it's an awesome thing. It's an awesome feeling, especially when you think of when I first came to this country 4 years ago. You know, I just lost my wife. I'm ready. I wasn't thinking about offing myself or doing anything like that. But if it happened, no big deal. I had 62 years. I had a good run. You know, I was with a woman for 30 years. She gave me a bunch of joy. I can end my days here and do whatever I want. Now it's totally different. Now I want to live. I want to spend time with my wife. You know, everything changed for me anyway. But yeah, I'm lucky, and they consider they're lucky, and they do. And the children, I don't know, like you say, you got your niece, which you consider your daughter, I believe, or something like that.
Yes, yes.
The respect and the way that they treat is not even close. I don't know how it is in Australia, but in the United States, all you get out of kids is, oh, well, why do I have to? You never hear any of that crap here. None of it, at least from my daughters anyway, and from the other children that I've seen. Respectful. These 4 kids that we just had over for Children's Day and the pool. I mean, thank you, you know, Uncle Dave. You know, I mean, just respectful people, and that's the way I based my whole life. And I think it's gone completely to hell in the United States. Don't know about Australia and any other country.
Well, it's the same, Dave. But would you kind of say or agree with me that the family unit in Thailand and a lot of Asian cultures, a lot of cultures, you know, forgetting the politics and forgetting everything like that, it is more genuine than our own societies of our own bred children, which have been, which to me, it seems governments just want to split apart the family unit.
Yeah, I'm 100% that. Here's the way that every country ought to take care of their elderly, treat each other, respect, honor. You know, I mean, they're very honorable people. They're very, you know, and that's the way that that's the way I lived my life. You know, I give respect. You know, the way that I get respect. You don't want to give me respect, then go screw yourself. You know,
we got a hard hitter coming in now.
What the heck is
Robert
going on, everybody?
Media.
Hey, Robert Mack, how you
What's
doing,
going
brother?
on?
Nothing. We're looking at Vietnam, looking at the big man.
Yeah, I'm out here in the street, man. This place is crazy. A little while ago, you couldn't even get down the street here. Yet, I seen Johnny live. I wanted to say hello.
Well, I appreciate that, Robert. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I wrote some comments, but they kept disappearing. So I said, come on, say hi to everybody.
I think, Robert, everybody that's got Asian wives or Asian counterparts or from Southeast Asia, I think everybody thinks that they're the luckiest man alive. I mean, everybody I talk to, Brock, and you know, everybody that's married now, Mark and his new wife, and you know, everybody. You know, is there shit that happens here? Sure, there is. It happens in the United States.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. 'Cause for many years, Dave, I always said, be careful of what you wish. Yeah, my wife is at times challenging, but at the end of the day, do I love her to death? Yeah, but you know.
Any woman can be challenging. It's whether they actually have the respect for you. You know, it's just totally different. I don't know how it is, I'm sure, in Australia or whatever, but in the United States, I've been with a lot of women in my life, and nothing comes close to what I give and what I get back as to my wife, and at least in Thailand. I can't speak about the rest of Asia. I'm just thinking that they're pretty close or similar. But you give them, you know, just a tiny little bit and they give it back 100-fold. and that's what counts with me. I want
I
to,
think
what I give, I would like back. And now I'm getting more than I even, would like. It's amazing. To me, it's amazing. You got to remember,
I-
I've only familiarized myself with Thailand into the end of 2018 for 4 years. That's the only time. When I came in the end of 2018, I'd never been here before, knew nothing about it. Talked to somebody in 2015 that came to Costa Rica with a guy that I knew and spent 2 weeks. Was a friend of his. Told me about Bangkok. Said it's a place you should go. Knew nothing about it and came here. So and stayed. But love the country, love the people, no doubt.
Actually, Robert, you're showing off those sexy legs. How did you pull up after the operation? Because
No, I'm like
a
Johnny
few
Cyan.
years ago, you had an operation on one of your legs when you fell off that roof.
Yeah, I had one knee done. I finished that roof on the thing on my knee was so bad I had it done, but I'm gonna get my other one done one of these days. It was really bothering me in Thailand. I came back here and I seen a doctor last week, and it feels a lot better. They gave
What
me a
kind of
couple
doctor?
pills, and they gave me the stuff you spray on it, and the pills really made a difference. They helped a lot. So I'm doing pretty good right now, but I'll get it done eventually. Just
Yeah, Bob,
inevitable. I have to get it done. Old age sucks.
I got to get both of mine done. As you know, Robert's been telling me to get
Yeah,
it done for 2 years now. I think the first time that I started watching you was right when you had the surgery.
we're all
I
in the
believe.
same boat, man.
I
We're
bel
beat up.
Well, Bobby and Jai wants me to try acupuncture. Just in the meantime, she says it'll give you some relief until you get it done. I said, hell, I don't care. Let them shove needles in
No,
there. It does good.
somebody
It's
told
fine.
me when I seen this doctor for my knee here last week, he says try acupuncture. It does something inside in the molecules, or it does this or that, and it feels better.
I'll
I'm
try
thinking,
it.
I wonder if it really works. I never tried it, so I couldn't tell you.
Bobby had it done right before on his neck, his back, his shoulder, wherever he's having problems, his arm. Before we had lunch, and he said he could feel the difference. So
Let me know if it works, and I'll try it too.
I
Well,
definitely will.
in honesty, Robert. Oh, look, I've fallen off motorbikes, been smashed and banged and run over, and God knows what. But every now and again, I'll do acupuncture, and
Right,
if you get a good one, for a percentage of the time, it kind of reopens the pathways and stuff like that. And
right.
the whole thing about it, you do feel good for say a couple of weeks.
I'm gonna try it
I
when
mean,
I
it
get
can't
back.
be
I'm gonna try it.
expensive. It can't be expensive. I got to ask Jai. They had a certain person to go to. I didn't
My
I told them that
my
I would, but
insurance
I
is
don't know
covered
the
in the
name.
state, so I'll try it.
Yeah, it can't hurt. I don't think anyway.
I just wanted to come on and say hi to everybody because I was leaving comments and they were disappearing. I tried to say hi to Mitch. I tried to say hi to a few other, and Johnny. I tried to say hi to you. My comments were disappearing, so I just wanted to
I
come on
didn't
here and
even
say hi to everybody. I'll watch the show
Well,
though.
Robert, I didn't see you say hello to me.
Yeah, my comments were disappearing.
I'm
I
joking.
don't
You know, it
know
did
why.
that to me the
Robert,
other
I
day. I
don't
think
know
it's
why,
YouTube.
Robert.
I'm only look. I'm a bit mischievous. I'm only joking.
You're too quiet up there in the
Welcome, sir.
corner.
I think
I
that
know.
something's going on with YouTube because I did that the other day and I tried. It wasn't so much that they were disappearing, but I had to
No,
press like
Robert, not blocked
3
here, Mitch.
different times to get it to go through. I press it once and it wouldn't go through to the chat. I press it again and it wouldn't go through to the chat. I press it again and it wouldn't go. And it did that to me the other day, yesterday, I think. So
I had exactly the same yesterday.
yeah, something was going on with
Exactly the
YouTube.
same.
Yeah.
I don't know what's
So
going on. I wonder if now there's so many people in Asia, they're getting overloaded servers. I
it
don't
could
know.
be.
Maybe.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, something's going on. I don't know what it is. Look at what we got here walking down the street here. This is single man's haven here. I'll tell you what.
What was that song, Robert? She's walking down the street singing "Ooh wah dee 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 dee
Yeah,
dum dee dee doo."
yeah.
Now, Mitch,
Robert,
Mitch
I
said,
don't know.
"Oh,
Where
go ahead.
are you in the world, Robert?
I'm in Vietnam, mate.
Excellent. What part?
I'm in.
Mitch said that
North or
he had
south?
that problem." Oh, sorry.
I'm
Go ahead.
south of Saigon, about 1 hour. This is actually my wife's house here. I'm sitting in front of. She owns this place here. When we're in the States, we have a lady that lives here, and we just pay her to watch the place. She's been doing it for years and never had any issues. But when we come into town, we come here or we go to the other place in Saigon. And it's
The only
convenient.
place I know in South Vietnam is Chao Doc.
Khao Nuc.
Chao Doc on the river.
Uh-huh.
As you come in on the ferry, you come in Chao Doc and then go south towards Ho Chi Minh
Yeah,
City.
they got so many ferries here. I can go down here right the corner about an 1/8 mile down. There's a ferry down there. You go up the road here about an 1/8 mile. There's another ferry or a 1/4 mile. You go down here along that port. There's a huge ferry. They got so many ferries along this river. It's unbelievable. You know, these people. You got a few private people, and then you got a couple corporations out on the big ferries. But yeah, there's a lot to see around.
Robert, I'm no expert. I've only spent 2 weeks in Vietnam. I caught the train up from Saigon to Da Nang on the coast.
Did you?
It's absolutely brilliant. So I don't know it very well, but I loved it. I had a brilliant time.
Was that the sleeper train or the one where you sit up?
No, it's sleeper.
Yeah, that's a nice train. It just bounces along the tracks. Yeah, I took it to Nha Trang many times. It's fun. And then at night you go by and you see the farms lit up with a light, and then during the day it's also cool too. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. There's if you ever get the chance, go to Pho Quoc Island here in Vietnam. It's about an hour from Saigon. You take the plane over there, Phu Quoc Island, and they got little resorts along the beach, and you go all the way down to they have white sands beach. All the sand is white. You could swim out in the bay and everything. The water's clean. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah. But anyways, I'm gonna go. I'll watch the stream. I don't know. I'll try to comment. I want to say hi to Johnny and Mitch and Dave and hi Steve. Nice to talk to you too.
And you, Robert.
Yeah, have a good talk. I'll be watching. Thanks, gentlemen. Cheers.
See you later, Robert.
How
you doing, Ty Tim? I don't know if I met you before. Pleased to meet you.
Mr. Mitch.
Mitch is going. I got to go too. My wife.
I
got to talk to her about how much money we spent today. So
that's okay, Dave. I thank you.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your support, mate, and coming on.
Anytime that I can see. I haven't seen you do a live stream in a while, unless I'm just not getting notified or something.
No, well, the thing is, I hadn't been because we have the Zounds, which is no genre, no, just common chat and just laugh, joke, whatever.
Right. Cool.
And that's I've kind of neglected this channel. So anyhow, tonight I opened it up, and I'm more than stoked that from the support from all you blokes, and it really humbles me that you joined in, and I really appreciate it, and I thank you all very, very, very much.
Anytime you're on, I'll try to be there for sure. You're a good man. I got no. Always look forward to meeting you. Hopefully, I look forward to meeting Robert too. I didn't get to meet him this time.
Next time I'm over, mate, I'll make sure we do meet up.
For sure. And you're going to meet Andy, right? For lunch or something tomorrow? Or
Friday.
Okay. We'll have a good time.
Mark, Andy.
Oh, Mark too. Cool.
Yeah. Mark, Andy, Dom B, which was in the chat earlier on.
Yeah, I saw that, Don B.
And
Oh, cool.
There's another Gary. I'm just trying to. Andy was trying to get on to Gary to get him to.
Oh, what about
come
Gary?
on.
Yeah, Gary's a good guy. Yeah.
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 And we've been doing meetups for quite a few years, probably 5 years, but
Oh, cool.
2.5 were locked in jail because of disease we had to
I
have.
know.
But
I think that put a damper on everybody.
Yes,
traveling and doing anything.
Because it's not only a YouTube community. We wanted to take it outside to say, well, you're a decent person. Why don't we get together and have a couple of beers and something to eat and just have a bit of a yap and in the real life thing. But and it's been really wonderful experience. I've done meetups. Not like I say, I did one in Bangkok, and I met up with Joe. I met up with Joe a couple of times, and it's been a good experience. Not I won't say every part of it's been brilliant, but I tell you what, the goods
way outnumbered.
The good bits outweighed the bads. I can tell you that.
I agree, and it's been that way with me. I've been lucky enough to 100% of the people that I've met have been exactly what I see, whether they're on a panel, Joe, Chuck, James, all the, Mitch, of course I knew anyway, but I've been lucky enough that they're all good people. Same thing, Mark, exactly when he came on mine, and I seen him on yours and seen him on Waz's and a couple other, panels, same thing. And that's what I hope when people meet me, they go, God, you're exactly like you are when I see you on YouTube. And if they said that's the biggest compliment that I could get, because I'm pretty much straight up. I'm pretty much way more than an open book than my friends tell me I need to be or should be. But I just feel that way when I'm on and I'm talking. If you ask me a question, I'm going to answer unless it's something that's way out in left field. I'm going to be honest with you. If you're honest, I found it in my life, if you're honest, you never have to remember anything. Because you don't have to remember, did I lie about this? Did I say that this guy was on? You don't have any of that shit. And life is so much easier, So I've been lucky, 100% of the people that have come on to the channel and I've met through there and then met in person. Tom, there's Jake, I could go on and on. They keep on jumping in my mind. They've all been. Now, I'm sure there's going to be an asshole. I mean, I'm an asshole. So, it's going to happen. But I'm lucky. And if I didn't, it gives me, I'm doing my live streams every other day. And, I've always find something to talk about, mostly about Thailand, but it lets me speak English. It lets me meet people that I hope to meet in person in the future. So, a bunch of good people, you included.
I've got to love Thailand. Can you put your link up? I've not looked.
I can. Is Mitch still around?
He probably left. Mitch is still here. I could probably. I got to see. I think I know. I know how to do it. I think I can go.
Or just tell me what to. Is it just called "Gotta Love Thailand"?
It's all one word, just like it's on there. Yeah, GOTTO, all one word, and it'll come right up. You won't be. You won't. Hide from
I'm surprised. I'll just be a tad controversial for a second because I'm a mischievous sod. I'm surprised you obviously sound like you understand Thailand. You've got a bit of a following, and you haven't had any trolls trying to put you down.
Oh no, plenty.
All right, okay. I misunderstood what you said. I thought you said you'd escaped, and
no,
lovely.
No. I've got the usual suspects for sure.
Okay,
but I ignore them. But we have fun. I
misunderstood what you said. I thought you said I'm so lucky. Everybody that comes on my channel is just
everybody that I've met on my channel that I've met in person. I've been lucky that they're all stand-up people.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'll make it easy for you, Steve. Ty Tim, I just give you a spanner. Can you put the link up for Dave's channel, please? There you go, Steve.
You know what the funny thing about that you should say that is, when I first started, I had like, I don't know, 100 subscribers or something. And I was talking to people and going back and forth. And my biggest thing is I said, God, I'm not even a YouTuber yet because I don't have my own troll. And I had a couple people in the chat there that said, boy, you're going to regret saying that someday.
Yes.
And I didn't realize it until later how much
I did exactly the same.
Dave,
same.
When I first started off, and the circumstance I started off on, I pissed off a lot of people, and I went, I think I had, at the time, I had 36 subscribers, and I went, Yahoo! I've hit the big time. I've got me first troll.
Yeah, that's the way I was.
And then from that day on, thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
There are Steve in the chat.
Yeah, I got it. I'll just put in.
Yep.
I don't know why I get confused between when I can speak or talk. I've just put in.
Yeah, but it was
Tim, sub.
Back in the day when it first started off, Dave, it was not a nice place to be. YouTube.
That's what I understand. I hear that. Yeah.
And
it's too bad.
The thing is, put it this way, it went from a high surf to a calm ocean to a, you're doing what you're doing, we're doing what we're doing, and stuff like that. And that's fine. I respect that. I couldn't give a shit if somebody's bloody standing beside me doing a vlog of the same joint. I actually did one of them. I'm vlogging somebody else vlogging me.
Exactly. I have fun, and I tell on the channel when I don't have fun anymore, you won't find the channel. It'll be gone, and I'll be gone. But as long as I'm having fun, and like I said, we talk about pretty much everything. I'm going to say 95% of the stuff we talk about is Thailand related, whether it's visas or news or whatever. And we're older people. I'm 66. It's like, okay, who's having surgery this week? Gallbladder, you're going to have a hose shoved up your rear, what you're going to do. And we talk about that. A bunch of good people, fun people. I'm going to say I get between 20 and 40 people on my live streams, and they're all pretty much the same people, that come in. New ones are creeping in.
I love talking about all my medical problems.
Well,
it's a perfect channel.
Steve, there is a medical name for it. It's called growing old gracefully.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not so good at that.
And it's like, I'm really, what really surprises me is I'm trying to learn how to read all the, the ages and male and female, all the statistics behind in YouTube, whatever it is, that studio. And the way that I'm looking, it's actually surprising me because it went from like 1% women. Now it's like 80-20, and the ages dropped down. Granted, most of them are 55 to 65 or whatever that is, but there's a good 15, 20 or 15%, youngsters, 25 to 35 or something. And I'm thinking maybe they're looking at it and they're not really jumping in, but they're watching and they're going, maybe these old guys I can avoid some shit in Thailand if I listen to them. Maybe they know what the hell they're talking about.
No, that is weird. When you're young, you never listen to old people.
No, I know my kids don't. I told my son that. I said, everything that you've done in your life, everything that you could even think about doing, because my youth was quite packed full. I was a biker from, I had a Harley when I was 16 years old, rode it to high school. I mean, in the San Fernando Valley, right outside of Los Angeles, and I said, everything that you could think about, I've done it. So if you want to know how it's going to come out, just ask me. I'll tell you. And no kid is going to go, I'm going to listen to what my dad said. At least my son didn't. Luckily, he had enough respect that when I did tell him something, he took it he took it and weighed his, what he wanted to do. And I'm proud of my son. I mean, and my daughter. They both have good lives. I'm lucky. They're not in jail. They're not drug addicts. They've got children. They're great parents. Or my son, my daughter still never have kids.
Well,
But
that's a bonus. You did
yeah,
well,
yeah,
Dave. You did
so it
well.
makes it nice. It makes it nice. But I don't get to see him. A lot of people also
Well,
when I
Dave,
first
when you told your son that you had a Harley bike when you were young, did he turn around and say, "So, Dad, when did you get a fast bike?"
yeah, no, but I gave him a Harley. What
I'm
4 years,
joking. I'm
5 years
joking.
ago, and he
I'm
still
joking.
hasn't picked it up. It's still at my nephew's house. So I
Ah,
sold my house. It's a 2008 Dyna, and it's still
no,
sitting there. I don't think it has. I
Dave,
don't know,
I'm a
maybe
wimp.
10,000.
I didn't start riding big bikes or bigger bikes until I was 40 years old. My son has ridden bikes all his life, and he thinks I'm a total wimp because I drive like an old. Well, I do drive like an old man. Absolutely.
You know what my problem was with my kid? Not problem, but their mother. Okay, the piece of crap that she is. When I was younger, she knew all about me through family and all this stuff. My whole all the way through my youth and stuff like that. And when we got
Right.
divorced, she told my kids shit that they didn't need to know, especially at their age, 6, 7,
Yeah.
8, 10 years old, Now they took it all with a grain of salt. I got the best advice that I've ever gotten in my entire life from a friend that said, when I got divorced, I was devastated. She cheated on me. I was supposed to retire at 48 years old. We were going to move and build a house, and all this shit got ripped out from underneath me. And he said, here's the thing. Don't ever speak badly about her in front of your kids, and take the kids anytime that she gives them to you, because you want to, if I take the kid, she's going to go out and screw this guy and do this and do that. I did those two things, and he said it'll come back. And when they got older, they said our mother's a piece of shit and our dad's a stand-up guy.
Yeah.
And I don't think my daughter's talked to her.
Dave, I've
years.
seen exactly the same with a buddy of mine, and it got even worse for him. The wife was so bitter that he had to visit his son. I don't know what it's like it where you are, Dave, but he had to visit in a community office.
Yeah,
That's
she
all
had
he could
to
see
have.
his son.
Yeah, my cousin had to
Yeah.
do that. Yeah.
Yeah, supervised visits by the
Supervised
Supervised,
accommodation.
yeah.
And you know how bad
Now,
you know how bad he had.
I
He,
admire. Let me just finish my
yeah,
story.
go
I
ahead. Go ahead.
admire him because he did it, and his son became his best mate. It only took a year or two for him to get older and to grow up and realize his mum was even more shit than he thought she was. They were the closest father and son I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, my
I
cousin
haven't
did
got the
same thing.
patience. Honestly, I haven't got. I haven't got the patience for it.
I'll
If
tell
I'm
you.
bullied like that, I'm go on. Sorry,
No, it's okay, Mike. I'm just going to tell you a good time story of the last one, and then I'm going to
go
go.
on.
My
Good man.
cousin, same thing. When he had two girls and got divorced. They had real problems, and she took off with the girls and told them shit about their father, and told the courts that he abused them and this kind of stuff. And
Yeah.
his girlfriend at the time, he went through this, watched what the courts did, watched everything. They ended up getting married. They ended up having two boys. They ended up getting divorced. And what does she do? Same thing. He's abusing the kids. He's abusing my boys, because she knew what would happen. Immediately the court said, okay, supervised visitation, blah, blah, blah. We're going to go to court. You're going to have to do this, and we're going to question the kids. We're going to drag, all this crap. And the best thing
Right.
about the story is she was a drunk. She was a piece of crap. And it went from him having supervised visitations to her having supervised visitations. And when she came to
Oh,
get the kids, he
wow.
his attorney made her blow into a machine that set her alcohol content before he even gave them the kids, her and the supervisor. She had to
Excellent.
blow into a
But look,
machine before
I
she.
think you'll have to accept that's quite a rare story.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Yeah.
why I said it's one good one. So
Yeah.
I'll
It's a
say that.
lovely story, but it's rare.
Yeah.
Excellent. Lovely.
But anyway, I'm going to go, Johnny. Again, thank you. You're stand-up guy. What I was going to say earlier is it's really weird because I know you had ups and downs in your beginning, and there's other people, and sometimes I don't know. Like there's a couple people that come into my chat that I get whispered in my ear, "Oh, this is a troll. This is a this is a that." And I said, how do you make the determination? I make the determination that until somebody actually, says something about me, the only way that I really wouldn't talk to somebody or whatever, because if you're treating me good, that's all I need, right? The only way that I think you have to draw the line at when they start to attack your friends. So if I've got a friend or whatever, and they say, this guy's a piece of shit and his girlfriend is a whore and blah, 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 and blah. Now I've got a problem with you because this is somebody, and it's somebody that I consider a friend. But otherwise, if they do that to somebody I don't know, what do I care? That's their prerogative. You could do whatever you want in your life. I can't tell anybody. I can't throw stones at anything. But it's really hard because I've seen this guy and but he's never done anything to me. Am I supposed to judge somebody how they treat me, or am I supposed to judge somebody on how Billy tells me that they're a bad person? It's hard. It's hard to do because like I said, I've got a couple of people that have always treated me good, and until something transpires that they attack me or they attack my friends or my friends' wives, or because I think there's nothing worse than somebody attacking somebody and then saying and their girlfriend's a whore and and attacking their family. I think is just horrible. But
I think
it's really weird because I was kind of wondering what you thought on because I was going to leave one night. What you thought?
I through another person, as you know, got a message sent to you about a person who was trying to join one of your streams, and and the message was not really the person you want to join your stream,
right?
And anyhow, that was not saying don't let them on or anything like that. It's just not the person that would fit the stream you're running, which would be disruptive. You would end up banning them anyway, so it was easier just to do that. But
I would consider that somebody being a friend, not being
the thing is, it might sound corny or whatever, but we've all kind of got each other's back to a certain extent, Dave.
Sure. I would hope so.
And that's what I'm so happy about tonight, because I haven't opened this up for that long. It's not funny, and I've neglected the people that have subscribed to the channel. So I'm going to start doing it a bit more regular to repay their diligence for being subscribers.
Well, you like doing it too. I mean, it's fun stuff, right? I mean, you enjoy rapping and talking to people. Yeah. I'll tell you what, if you're having them and I get notified and I'm not doing anything, I'll definitely be there. I don't know if I'll be on the panel all the time, but I will definitely be there. You got my support always.
Well, I appreciate that, Dave, very much. Thank you very much.
So I'm going to go now on that note, Steve. It's a pleasure meeting you. Hopefully I'll see you on one of mine, and we'll have some fun. It's a good time. I think you'll like it.
We're on the same page, which is a horrible thing to say. But
well, I don't know. I've heard that I was made.
I hope you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. I hope I've been made by all my Australian supporters a honorary Australian, so I think I get along with most Aussies anyway. So I've always had in the past.
I'm UK.
Oh, okay, UK works too, Tom. Everybody else, anybody,
no.
But I've had more.
Look, Johnny pretends to like me. He fucking hates me because I come from the UK.
Yeah, I don't.
It's okay. It's all
I
right.
like everybody as long as they treat me decently, and even the people that come on, I could say, I've said it a million times.
Dave, I
Yeah.
joke too much. I'm sorry, sir, but
Oh,
look,
that's okay.
we'll get to know each other better in the
Nothing,
future.
nothing better than joking.
Dave, Steve tells lies. I
Steve,
don't hate anybody personally or anything like that. It's a collective thing.
you know what it
Yeah.
is with me? It's
You're
anybody
all
can come on. Anybody can come on the panel. The only thing that I have to do because of the trolls is if you come into the green room, you've got to drop your avatar, show me your face, and then go back to your avatar. That's fine because people are out to probably try to get my channel taken down. But
Yep.
you know,
Look,
as long as somebody is
let's
treating me
be
decently,
clear
I'm
on it.
fine.
Do you want a picture of my face or my dick?
No, yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
Well, none
No,
of them are.
well, not with
Steve,
you,
they're
but
both the
with
same.
people. What's that?
Steve's photo of his face or his dick, they both look the same.
Yeah.
It depends if he's
Basically
wearing
the
a
same.
raincoat or not.
Yeah, and I don't know what he looks like anyway, so it really wouldn't make a difference.
The nose is a bit longer.
But if he doesn't look like the few trolls that would like to see it gone, then I know I'm safe. But you know what it is? I don't even tell anybody that comes on that they can't, come on and disagree with me. I mean, I'm not right on anything. I'll listen to what anybody has to say as long as you're respectful. And if you want to say, start cussing at me or stuff like that, then you're gone in a heartbeat. But I don't keep anybody from coming. And I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about
I think Johnny
people
will
in
back
general.
me up here. I never argue with anybody, so I think we're going to be good.
Yeah, but I don't have a problem with somebody going, no, I think that, this, that, or the next thing is you're totally wrong, and explain
Dave,
to me
I'm
why.
lying. I argue about everything.
Oh, good, perfect. Yeah, like I said, there's a way to do stuff, in my eyes anyway, respectfully,
But I don't
and
swear.
there's a way to do it.
I give everybody the chance to talk.
Perfect.
But yeah, I love arguments about everything under the sun.
All right, I'm gonna go, guys, and talk to me with.
Well,
Take care,
Johnny,
Luke.
again, thank you, sir.
Dave,
Steve, it was great.
Thanks for dropping by. Much appreciated,
Anytime.
mate. Catch
All right,
you
I'll
again.
talk to you soon. All right, brother.
Bye-bye.
What a nice man.
He is. And like I say, I as you noticed, I do know Dave. But yeah, it's his story is an interesting story, inspiring to some. But it's the one thing about, as you know, Steve, because you've done it also, is to kind of pack up and move to somewhere else and start a new life in a place where you don't speak the language. Trying to understand culture. Everything is like you're in kindergarten again.
Yeah.
It's not that easy.
I've never actually felt what's the word? I've never felt like, although I will joke with you and say I'm a bit green-eared. I'm green-eared. What's the expression? Yeah, green-eared here. I've never felt worried at all in Thailand. I felt happy almost the first 2 weeks I was here. Honestly, I've never had one worry here.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks for coming on, mate. Thank you for your support.
Yeah.
And to everybody else tonight that supported. I very much appreciate it.
But I've never felt like, what do you call it in Australia? Where an innocent man. We call it a green ear. Green behind the ears, that sort of thing. An innocent man. What do you call it in Australia? Same thing or something?
Oh, basically, don't forget, we're Pommy refugees.
All right.
Just perfected it.
I think the word is prisoner, but we give that up. Yeah. But Hold on. Right. I'm probably too drunk to carry on this conversation because it's been so good. I'm only going to spoil it. Johnny, it's been great.
Well, I
I
appreciate.
don't want to leave because I'm having so much fun. But you know what I'm like. After a few more beers, I tend to yap too much. So you
Look, I've got.
close it down whenever you feel like it.
Well, I will. I and I'm. This is heartfelt, Steve. I thank you for your support tonight. Um, I know this is a different channel to we used to, but um, where the topic of discussion is slightly different, but I really really support. Thank you for your support, and that's heartfelt, mate. And look, you're not perfect. I'm not perfect, and no one here is perfect. So, um, when I get a little bit tired, um, I'll just say, kind of good night. But I'm stoked. You know, first time I've opened up a stream for a few years, and to have this much support from a lot of people
Yeah.
is wonderful.
And Johnny, most importantly, all good people. There's
Yeah, oh
not
yeah.
been, and I've been looking at the chat because I watch the chat, and there's not been not one bad comment,
No, no.
and
And
that is really unusual.
and the thing is, like Mosh, like I'm not
Yeah,
really, I'm not really Mosh's kind of thing, but I go and drop past Mosh's and whatever. But
yeah.
it was great, and that support really, it's good. I got a big
How
head. I'm
how
starting
long
to get
did
a big head.
how long did you run this channel to get all these friends?
This my first channel was taken down due to uh, yeah, we won't go there.
All right,
This one's been up for oh shit, a lot of years, Steve. A lot of years.
all right.
I don't even remember.
I didn't mean to pry. I just
Back before we were doing Talk Back Thailand, back before we were
okay.
doing Global, back before we were doing Zounds.
Right.
And I think you can see that by the subscriber number too.
Yeah.
And they're not.
Johnny, they probably all thought you were dead and were so
No, no,
relieved
no.
that you weren't. I'm joking. Johnny, I'm joking.
No. I
But
still go
they were
around like
you could tell almost everybody that came into the chat here and whatever were so pleased to see you that they clearly hadn't got the link to you in Zounds or Global or whatever else. You follow me?
yeah.
They'd lost contact.
Well, I'd still drop
And
around every one of their channels.
all
Yeah,
right.
time permitting.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong then, but I got the totally different impression. I thought they were really
No,
pleased.
but
That
I still with other channels. And it was great to have that response back to
yeah,
I'm just opening up the channel because it's easy to sit there and say, please subscribe. That will help my channel. Likes and dislikes, they don't mean nothing. And that's the truth. But subscribers does make a difference. And I've had a good amount of subscribers that have hung around for a good amount of time. And,
Yep.
I feel a bit guilty. I've disappointed them. Mental attitudes, things like that. We've done other stuff. But at the end of the day, I really need to put a bit more effort into this channel. And
I made that comment, Johnny, but I was only joking. I don't think you need to. How can I put it? I can't explain.
yeah, I need to build my numbers also.
Okay, yeah, okay, all right. I'm on the right.
Yeah,
But why? Look,
and
unless I'm doing this for money,
I'm not doing it for money.
which I'm not doing it for money.
I couldn't give a shit about the money.
I genuinely 1,000,000% don't care if it's 2 viewers or 2,000 viewers. As long as Avery's on the channel, I'm okay. No, I'm joking.
I can remember when I did my very first stream. You know, I was a kind of a member of other channels where I'd kind of say hello and be, you know, somewhat accepted. And it goes back to what I was saying, the bullshit that people were putting out that were scamming and all the rest of it. That was the reason I opened up my channel, and that was the first, and the second channel was to say fuck you YouTube, you pack of arsehole double standard pieces of shit, politically motivated arse wipes.
Right.
Now I didn't say anything about any diseases or anything like that, so that's all good. Yeah, but yeah, the whole part about it was to provide information and stuff that based on what I'd gone through, share it with others to make it easier for them. Oh, I need to have a sip. It was all about information and sharing experiences, and that's what I did it for. We went through the periods of, my dick's bigger than yours, kind of with other wankers. Well, I didn't really care about that. That if you want to attack me, well, I'll attack you back. Well, then I realised, well, hang on, you're a dickhead. If they attack you, they get views. And when you attack them, you get views. And well, that's when I just said, I'm giving up on that. We'll do a finale, put them all in the concrete mixer and call them cunts and spill it out, and that's it. But you know, the whole part about it is YouTube can be good, it can be toxic, it can be all the things that you want it to be. It provides entertainment. My idea was always, a certain amount of entertainment, enlightenment, or whatever. That was all. And like I say, have as much fun as you possibly can with your clothes on.
Yeah, I understand. Mine was slightly less, or mine was more selfish, I would guess, in that during COVID, during the lockdown, global was a nice release for me because it was really tricky to travel in Thailand. And so I didn't go to Pattaya and go to Bangkok. I was almost a bit of a hermit for a few months. So to find global and have chats like a virtual bar was brilliant. I probably should have stopped when COVID finished, but I'm totally addicted to YouTube. I'm addicted to the channels here. I'm not gonna lie, I love it. What's she called? Gaza. Don't misunderstand. Look, Gaza, I'm only talking you up. I'll never talk you down. Gaza came out with something the other day. He said he wakes up in the morning. We're talking about Gaza, Sweden.
I know who you're talking about.
He gets up in the morning and he says, I'll just look into YouTube to see who's on for 10 minutes before I have breakfast. And he says, 4 hours later, I'm still watching it. I do the same. It's about the only thing I agree with him on, but absolutely the same. I look in the morning, and if there's good people on here, and I'm interested. All right, okay, yeah, that's funny. Yeah. It's like a drug, and I've got an addictive personality anyway. But yeah, it's a drug. And Gaza was absolutely spot on when he said, "Just look in, see who's on." 10 minutes before I have breakfast, and 4 hours later, he's still watching it. I do the same. And I hate to confess it, but it's very true.
I will admit, because don't forget where I am is the most locked down part of the world ever.
Right.
Bloody near 3 years of the crap, and there's a very famous statement I made on Pick Boss, and I said, due to the lockdowns and all the rest of it, there was always the few toxic ones in YouTube or whatever, the disruptive. But at the end of the day, with the disease we had to have, the country should just become more the cunts have become more cuntish. That was the statement.
Yeah.
And I said, YouTube is turned into a pile of shit. And that was one of the reasons I didn't open the channel up, because yes, I was frustrated. I couldn't even walk out my fucking front door, type of thing. Yeah. And I tell you what, if we had been like the Americans, where you could have got, fucking anything and build an armory, I would have been right into it and said, "Fuck you, cunts! I'll just go and blow you up."
Yeah.
But I will be truthful and say I ended up becoming a recluse.
Yeah.
And
me too. Me too. Absolutely.
And still to this day, I getting out, moving around a bit more, and we've had some shit weather, because I used to love going for a bloody walk every, a couple of times a day and all this kind of shit, and be doing me stuff, and g'day Dave, welcome mate. But it got to the stage where, you were locked up in a bird cage, and you were buggered. Because at the end of the day, you weren't free. And it made me think a lot about quite a few things that had happened in history of the way people had been treated. We read about it in history books. And you can't say, it was the Americans or what. It was a whole lot of them that was saying, with the slave trades and stuff like that. People taken, because they were a commodity. And they made money out of it. Family wealth, which is still wealth in respective countries, and so-called, wonderful people. Fuck me. Instead of changing names and changing history, they should be stripping assets out of those families if they really wanted to get into a fair income. Because I'm afraid I'm afraid there's a difference between a coffee bean, and a person. I think everybody has their worth. Oh, well, now maybe that was a broad statement, but most people have their worth. Now, we could change it to all. Some you can make fertiliser. But anyhow,
Well, it's a tricky question, Johnny. Um, you can only relate it back to sort of the horrible stories you hear in life. Oh, the trains with all the Jews on and queuing up for the thing, and you got maybe 12 Nazi guys with guns and 2,000 German prisoners. Now, you would think that the 2,000 German prisoners, the Jewish prisoners, would go, fuck you, there's 12 of you, there's 2,000, I'm exaggerating, maybe 500 of us. If we attack you, the first 20 are going to be killed, but after that, we'll be okay. But that didn't happen. People followed the same way as people followed now with the masks, and we've got to do this and we've got to do that. It's quite interesting how the human. Now, Johnny, I think you and I would be the first people to be shot in those circumstances, because I would fight back.
well, realistically, you mentioned.
We'd be dead. We wouldn't get any argument in it. We'd be dead.
Oh yeah, but I'd do some damage. But you mentioned masks.
Right.
Now, the one thing about a mask, it's not going to protect you from anything.
No.
But it's going to protect or lower the spread to others.
No, I don't need Johnny. No. Doesn't even do that. It has
but that's the kind of
that's what they say.
Saying,
okay.
That was when they first brought the mask thing out here, they were saying, oh, you wear surgical masks. I said, go and get fucked. I'm not wearing that. I went to an old store that I used to go to, health and safety type store, and bought P3 masks. Now, that's the kind of mask, mild level asbestos, painters, the whole deal of it.
Right.
And they said, oh, they're no good. And I said, you got to be fucking joking. I've worn them for a long time in my professional career. And I tell you what, I've seen a lot of my mates' fucking funerals, and I'm still alive, so they're not too bad. But at the end of the day, instead of them saying the real part about it is a mask kind of suppresses it if you cough or whatever, helps stop. It doesn't prevent, it helps retard airborne stuff. They didn't ever project themselves right. And at one stage here, I was challenged for wearing a mask that I had on, and a so-called official said, you should be wearing a surgical mask. And I said, shove it up your fucking ass, or you'll be wearing one of them when I put you in hospital, because they're useless. But they're not quite useless. It's like getting your handkerchief and putting up your mouth if you got the flu and coughing, same thing.
But I think it's deeper than that. I don't know why it is, but some people like to have orders given to them. They actually love it. They love the fact that everybody should wear a mask. They love being able to tell everybody, "Oh, you're not wearing a mask, so you're a bad person." It is.
Yep.
I've found these few years really weird. We're not all the same. There are lots of people who don't think the same as I do, and that surprises me. I all thought, life is to have a bit of a laugh, bit of fun. We're only really here to prolong our DNA, shag as many women as we can. No, I'm not saying that's what I do, but that's historically what I'm here to do. There's no other reason for me to be on this planet than to prolong my DNA and to have more ancestors for me. No other reason whatsoever. There's no, and I'd go on.
I was just going to, while you're on that point, did you ever do a DNA testing and to see if you were more towards the gibbon or the gorilla?
Well, I'm English, so it would be the chimpanzee, I
bastard.
think, Johnny.
That'd be bastard.
Look, I don't know if you follow me, but I'm a very simplistic man. The only reason for being here
Okay.
is to make more of me. That's all.
I have a question for you.
Go on.
What was the first Norman King of England?
William the Conqueror.
William the First, correct.
Oh, come on, Johnny. That's 10 points.
No, it's not 10 points. It's not even. It's a half-point question. But if I asked that to half the Poms, I wouldn't have a fucking idea.
Johnny, if you asked half the Poms who was the Prime Minister of our country, they would have
last week.
And you could ask the same question to Americans, Australians. There are lots of look. I'm not a very clever man, but I keep my ear to the ground. I think you keep your ear to the ground. Well, there are lots of stupid people in this world.
Oh, yeah. And no reference to stupid people. Welcome, Mr. Clark.
Stephen Clark.
G'day, you champion. Yeah.
That was good timing, Stephen.
Ah, mate. What an excellent joke that was.
It was perfect timing, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, mate. I'm just still laughing about it. Yeah.
We all love you, Stephen. Don't worry.
Oh, I know. I understand that, John. Now I have to retaliate and make a fool, and you get angry with me, and so I'm going to let it go.
Stephen, I'm so pleased you joined. I'm just going to disappear for 10 minutes because my dinner's been cooking for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, mate, you're not on Zounds now.
But that was 40 minutes ago.
I know. This is going to be horrible, isn't it? But I've got to eat. I've got chicken, roast potatoes, and whatever.
I'll be on for about half an hour, mate.
I'll be back in a bit.
All right.
Let me mute myself, otherwise you hear me.
Put it through the blender, mate. Put it through the blender.
Nah, we're okay.
Toast and marmalade for tea.
Yeah.
Sailing ships upon the sea. In that lovely avenue.
Stephen, don't go away before I come back.
All right.
Don't go away before I come back. I've got lots of questions to ask you. I'm joking.
Oh, really? You reckon?
I'm joking.
Oh. Right, man. You're going to strap him up and get the electricity out.
Back in a bit.
You know, mate. Dave Walker, where do I know that name from?
How's your day been, Stephen?
Oh, not too bad. I had a good day, actually.
Well, that's good.
Oh, until I rang you up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't put it on yet, but I've got it all ready.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. But
Where's mine? Yeah,
what's that?
coffee.
I'm not drinking coffee. It's too late to not drink coffee.
Someone just bought you something.
No. I just pulled my can out of the bloody stubby holder and just about headed to the fridge to get another one. I'm having so much fun. I don't normally drink on streams, but hey.
Oh, yes. So the rumor goes. Yeah, I've heard that rumor.
What the whole part about it is, this is my channel. I can do what I like.
Fucking oath, mate. Out with a dick.
Well.
Dave Walker. Oh, I know you from somewhere.
Yeah, Dave's a good man.
I know him from somewhere. I can't remember where.
Yeah, you would have met up with Dave over on Acme. Young Michael.
Okay.
Young Michael and MacGyver.
Yeah. That's not bad over there, actually.
Yeah, good channel. Good channel. The boys are doing well over there.
I was watching a certain channel today, Johnny. Replay.
Yeah.
My. Ooh. Probably not for public comment. But,
look. Like we're discussing earlier on. There's a lot of different platforms on YouTube and really, if you delve around, you kind of wonder about double standards and
for fuck's sake, John, Jesus Christ! Oh.
Because
you know what I've been doing lately. You remember that Cambodian one you gave me yesterday? I've been watching him.
Yep.
Todd.
Oh my. Todd is a good man. Todd, that's Lau. That's Lau.
Lau, sorry, what did I say? Lau, yeah.
Yeah, Todd is and if anybody hasn't come across his channel,
very bloody good. He is.
It originally comes from Wollongong, unfortunately New South Wales, but anyhow. But he's a top man, a fair dinkum Aussie fella. He married a Laotian girl, Nini.
Yep.
And his channel is what is it, Stephen? Gotta love now in Lao.
Now in Lao.
Yeah. Well, you can put the link up.
I watched 2 or 3 of them.
I've been watching him since he started. No, good
I
man.
watched him ages ago, but I lost track of it all. I think he put it on to me back in the day.
Well, realistically.
There is.
Yeah, now in Lao. But realistically, the disease we had to have stuffed up a lot of things. And changed people's attitudes and God knows what. But anyhow, moving on from that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's a now in Lao. God, he does really good videos. He doesn't. I don't think he's into the shit bullshitting. They're really good.
He shows you a lot of travel. He shows you some of the touristy spots, but really not when they're in the tourist seasons. But it's got a lot of videos up there. Allow. Good honest bloke.
I hunted around for ages for something decent to watch in Thailand, mate, and nope. Very sad it was.
There's realistically we're dinosaurs, Stephen. There's people that are vlogging, doing stuff, and to their audience, they're doing quite well. And I've always said it. I don't care if somebody else goes to the same market that I went to, because if I go to a market, my interests in a market are maybe a little bit different to somebody else's. So different perspectives is fine, but when they just about walk in your bloody footsteps, well, anyhow.
Yeah, that goes on, doesn't it?
But it doesn't. I don't really give a shit.
No, I don't particularly worry about it, John. I suppose you probably what's happened to me, obviously. I find it a bit complimenting, actually.
But like I remember when you were traveling around, you go to somewhere, and I was always the smart ass in the chat going, "Oh, did you go to there?" Because I'd already been there. But that's fine.
Yeah.
It didn't worry me.
John, we used to piss off for 2 or 3 weeks at a time, and just we did down to Phuket or something, maybe even a month down to Phuket Phuket, and travel through a few of the little cities on the way down there, and and then we go away. We do. I was pumping out 4 videos like a week.
Yeah.
Where others were doing one. Well, Warren was at the time, and so was Kev. Yeah, Kev did too, actually. I did about 4 or 5, I just kept pumping them out. So I enjoyed doing it, and I wasn't making any money, And then I actually had no friends, John. I wouldn't talk to anybody, seriously. I just did my videos, and I started getting more and more. And, I think Warren was the first one to contact me, and I said, "Oh, hello, Warren." Blah blah. And then I actually met Kevin on the at the hotel. I didn't know he was there. No, you that Kevin guy, and come down and have a beer. All right, yeah, we got along great. So that was I kept out of the whole lot of the bullshit and stuff. And anyway, never mind.
But I suppose I was always somewhat a private person to a certain extent. A few bits and pieces. That's why I'm more elevated to chat streams, because I could be more interactive with the chat. It's all right to see pictures or whatever, but I wasn't a virgin soldier, and none of us were, because there was always something from someone way back then,
Yeah. The Dad and Dave days, eh?
Yeah. But at the end of the day, it was all fun. It was all fun.
Yeah.
No one died. Oh, a couple did, but that was attrition, they call that.
Geez, they used to get in the fucking Warren, didn't they?
Warren is a unique human being. But that's like we earlier on the stream, we were just talking about, YouTube in general. Some people have personas. Warren has a bit of a persona. If you meet Warren in person, he is different to what he is on YouTube.
Yeah, it can be, yeah.
Yeah. You've met me in real life. I'm no different now to last time we met up.
No, not really, no.
But some do have personas that they try and project of whatever, like Rob, you scummy little prick.
Oh, Jesus, John. Oh. I've told you about that story, haven't I?
not really getting into that, but
I just he's I'm not gonna probably not say anything.
but I'm not going to get into the old days of shit. But the thing is, bullshit sells.
Weren't we having a conversation about that the other day?
Yeah. But don't forget, this is my channel, Stephen. It's not Xenon's. I can say what I friggin' want on my channel.
Yeah.
But
No, he's certainly something special when you meet him.
yeah, the wonder he's not wrapped in cotton wool. But anyhow, there's been plenty of people like that, but there's been plenty of decent people that don't really get, because they're not glitz and glam and tits
Okay,
and
he had Johnny had 25,000 subscribers. I got 20,000, and you didn't know who I was. Oh, you're a blogger, are you? Are you a vlogger, Robert?
well, anyhow.
No, you're right. Let's change the subject.
Once upon a time, I wanted
Didn't
to
know
be.
what I was. You didn't know who he was either.
I wouldn't have walked across the road to meet him, but
no.
But
oh, fuck it, mate. He's not my cup of tea. But I won't sit here and hang shit on him.
As you know, I've met a lot of people over the years, and shitloads of people. And the test of time. Some of them are still there. Some of them aren't. Some of them have got fatter and more pathetic.
Does that Sonny still do videos, John? I haven't seen him. Does he still do videos?
Haven't seen Sonny doing anything for a long time. And I'm still subscribed to Sonny, by the way, yeah. But
he done really good videos back in the day.
In the day, he was setting the base mark for everybody else. It wasn't.
Look, I agree with you there, John, but not for me. He didn't, because I knew where he was getting all his stuff from. He was taking off. Who was that guy who was so popular in America? And I remember he had his little workshop, and a young guy, and he he used to run around and roll that surfboard, electric surfboard thing. What was his name? And Sonny just copied him down to a T. And I didn't do that. I just made up my own shit. And
well, you can remember my old channel.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the bit of stuff, the quality of my videos was, like, the camera was fine, just the way it was, put out, it was shit because I can't edit for crap. But the whole part about it was, if I press play and we're just doing something, well, that's what it is. You don't have to glossy and fucking root around. I mean, you can, but I only turn the camera on when it's something half interesting. But what I call half interesting, other people call shit.
I can't remember that. I can't remember the name of that vlogger. Everybody was talking about him. It was fantastic. He had 3 million subscribers and shit like that. You should know his name. Shit. But anyways, Sonny used to copy everything he freaking done, even down to the making the coffee and, putting the keys in the ignition, and oh my God. And then a lot of other vloggers started picking up on this sort of shit and started making their coffee, putting their key in their car and putting their key in their door, and
brain dead.
Yeah, I thought, Jesus, what was the guy called? Shit, what was the guy called? Fuck. Sonny was doing that a lot. Copying this guy, and I thought, oh, fuck that.
I'm trying to
away from all that shit. I just fucking. I thought, fuck it, I'll just be an idiot by myself.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I used to
You sure you want to have another suck on that cigarette?
no, I haven't had one, mate. But how I learned how to do the videos was just watching fucking movies. That's how I did it, John. And but I watched a lot of music videos. You learn so much from them, you know.
Oh, come
That's how
come on. Let's be honest. You were watching the K-pop for the little girly ones.
probably, yeah. A lot of porn. You'd be surprised how much work's put into a porn movie.
Camera angle means everything.
But I didn't have the equipment that Sonny had, so I had to make do what I got. And geez, did I use it?
Hang on.
Yeah.
We've gone from talking about
had these
porn
pads.
movies to you haven't got the equipment that Sonny had. Okay.
No, I didn't.
Let's run with that.
Yeah, look, that's
Did
little
did you ever feel inadequate?
Yeah. Hit it with a cold spoon. So yeah, but Sonny's very good, you know. Yeah, I don't think Rob's much of a photographer, but
But really, in honesty,
Kev was fucking
you know,
terrible.
I look back on different stuff, and a lot of people have gone back to what I always said. The best videos is what you see right when you see it, because that's what you feel about, and things like that. Because in other words, they're raw videos. They're not fucking you know.
Oh yeah, that's okay, John. Nowadays, right? But the cameras have improved that much. Going back, years ago, you had to fucking edit, mate. You had to straighten that fucking film up. You had to play around with the audio because you. But nowadays, you can click the fucking microphone on your whatever, and you can talk away from the camera.
Yeah.
It comes out crystal clear. They got their what do you call it? That wobbly shit. What do they call it? Motion something. It's just out of control now. It's just dead flat. That's without a fucking gimbal. Put a gimbal on it, mate. You're talking cinematic shit. You know, so you haven't got. You can just poke the. You can poke the fuck. Look at what's his name? Be More Ron. He's got a. I think he's got a latest iPhone. He's got a. I think he uses a gimbal as well. Jesus,
Yeah, he does.
Stuff he's putting out. Jesus.
Yeah, like
going back all those years ago, John, you had to do it, you know, because it was just shaky fucking film otherwise. That's what I was good at, was editing and fixing them up. So
you know, Ron has shared his life for a lot of years, the ups and the downs.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, I've always had a bit of respect for Ron. At times he's made me doubt him, but I've got a lot of time for Ron. But his girlfriend has got a bit in his mouth and really, you know, and good luck to him, you know, what he is producing is day-to-day life, and he's doing it live. Right at the moment, he's in Bumfuck Junction. For some reason, everybody thinks, "Oh, you got to look at videos." Paddy, yeah. Well, if that's the kind of person you want to watch, go for it. To me, I'm not interested, really.
No, not at all.
But don't get me wrong. A pretty girl walks across the street. Well, yeah, my eyes will look too. But the thing is, the whole deal of it is, every YouTube vlogger, we got to do Pattaya, we've got to do Angeles City, we've got to do Burgess Street in Makati, and they think they're fantastic. That's to me, that's okay. Good luck to them with their following. What I do is what I do. Maybe they say, "Oh, you stupid old prick, you're full of shit." maybe so, but if they really want information, where do they go to get it? Oh, Google, can you help me? And Google won't give you the information. You got to know where to go and get it.
Yeah.
So maybe maybe we should start up a new channel, $49.95, and we'll send you the information.
That's about right, you know. Oh, we have to buy 30,000 subscribers first.
Yeah. Anyhow, do me a favour. Keep the multitudes entertained, please, while I go and drain the main vein.
All right, no worries. I had something exciting to talk about. What was it? Oh shit! Something happened exciting. Let me see. What's back here a minute? Hang on, I'm just going to check on something. Oh, I can't remember what it bloody was. It was really exciting too. Oh shit. Oh well, never mind. Oh well. No, it's gone. Oh, not to worry, not to worry, not to worry. Where are we? Oh, Steve Perrin's typing up there. Got a lot of Thailand. Oh, you was on before, was he? Yeah. Thai Tim. Oh, you got a good crowd coming across. I don't know if Johnny told you what happened, but yeah, over here for a couple of days until they fix the problem over in the other one. Technical support. Oh, Cowboy Mosh. Oh. KC. Oh, Dom B. Blast from the past. This is all the talkback crew. Oh, Chinese New Year. That Chinese New Year. That's this weekend, I think, isn't it? Yeah, Chinese New Year this weekend. Okay. Oh yeah, talk back Thailand. I was talking about that before. Yeah, they were fun days actually. Had some really good streams. It started out with me, Warren, and Kevin Thailand. I think it went for about 6 months, that one. And then we closed it, and Suckhorn come along and said, "Oh, I'll do it with you." Like, so I'd done all the artwork and picked out the name and everything. Oh, and Kev come on a few times. Kevin Thailand. He didn't. He just wanted to do his own thing. So that went for about a year, I think. And then we used to have all these guests on, and Johnny'd already got his own channel, and what's his name? Bernard, who was called I don't know what he used to call himself. He used to come on a bit, he used to comment on it, and then he started coming on the channel on Talkback, and I said to Adrian, "Do you want to come on regular?" He said, "Oh yeah, okay." So I introduced Adrian to the Thai community. Yeah. That lasted, geez, that was 2 or 3 years, I think we went for. And just, I closed it about a year ago, I think. But we went out on a high note. Me and Johnny did a stream, and we got quite a few watching. And we didn't tell anybody it was the last show, but yeah, it was good, great. Yep, certainly was.
So, Stephen, do you miss it?
What's that, mate?
Having a channel on YouTube because you've gone into the shadows a bit.
No, not really,
Do
Steve.
you,
I
do
mean,
you, do you
yeah, sorry,
miss?
go on, yeah.
All right, go on. Do you
Do I
miss
miss?
it?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. But I don't miss all the shit, mate. There was you're running a channel is just too much, mate. I don't want to ever do it again.
Right.
Like
Even
I'm
with
talking about live.
even if you were paid to start a channel with Avery, you wouldn't do it.
I'd do it with someone. I wouldn't do anything with Avery.
I'm joking.
Can
Oh,
you use
come
someone else?
on.
Could you use
Come
someone else, for
on.
example? Jesus. JG. Yeah, me and JG, we're going to do something a little while back there.
But really,
Look, it was just, I was, paying for the fucking StreamYard and paying for this and paying for that, and after all
Stephen,
those
I
years,
100% understand. You look at what's here and you think, fuck, we've got to be able to do better than this. So you have ideas like you just said. But I'm surprised you would go with JG rather than Avery. You get on really well with Avery.
yeah, Ravy's a good guy, mate. You know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd do anything with Avery. No worries.
But at the end of the day, JG is a little Jurgen. He's like the son I never wanted to have.
He's entertaining, though,
I've got
John.
a soft spot for him. And I've said that many a time.
He's very entertaining. He's very entertaining. He just gets excited.
In his naughty kind of, way. But look.
Well, you do understand that the Swedish have no conception of small talk. It's not, they don't do it. In fact, most of the Nordic countries are really bad at small talk. They just say what they want to say and want to. So I would guess that for Jorgen, it's a bit tricky coming on here. So what's the weather like? Oh, it's okay. It's cold again. They don't do it. I knew a Finnish girl, and she was so direct and to the point. They are very different to the Westerners. That's all I'll say. And I think Jorgen is wrapped up in that.
It'd be very interesting, Steve, to go to a bar or something like, the old days of, somewhere to kind of pick up or something of that nature.
Right.
And us from our background, the small talk, the compliments, the whatever, the end game is to get, whatever.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
The Nordic one is, completely different. You would.
I would like to fuck you. What do you think? Thank you, but no, thank you.
Yeah.
That honestly, that's how it is. They're not into small talk.
Well, that's the place where. The trouble is, there's a cold prick of the joint. But if you met a hot chick and her house was warm, then why not?
Well, my wife's just walking in the back of me. I think. I know, shadow or a ghost.
What are you doing coming in the back door?
No, I'm just sat here. Look, just to explain, there are 3 doors coming into my office. So I don't know where anybody's coming from.
Three doors coming into your office. You must adore yourself.
I do.
Very adoring.
And, okay, let's go. So where were we? I'm gone. Stephen, help us out here. Where were we?
Yeah. Oh, no, talking about.
You were talking about your 3 doors.
No, I've had enough of running channels, Steve. I wouldn't do it again.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, we were talking about does he miss it?
It's too much responsibility, mate, because we had a pretty good show at Talkback, and you'd wonder whether Johnny would show up, you'd wonder whether Adrian would show up, and you're pulling your hair out, and occasionally I didn't want to show up, and, you know, and towards the end, it was all that sort of stress. And then there was finding subjects and, you know, sort of shit like that.
Well, I think
I'll do it again.
I think I said on the opening of this stream, Stephen, you know, with the disease we had to have,
Yeah.
we're all locked up. We're suppressed. We're kind of a bit angry, and our relevance to anything was irrelevant. And the best thing to do was just say, "Well, shut it there. We might start up another day. Who knows?"
We never did.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's only now that we're starting to be able to have our liberties back to a certain extent.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I will actually. I am surprised and very humbled by. I haven't opened up a stream here for quite a while, and the people that have dropped along. And
John, I don't know why you don't do your trivia over here. Leave Zounds go and then say everybody back over to Zounds when you're finished.
Yeah,
that's the way to do it. That's the way
Good
to do it. 'Cause it's your show. It's your doing, mate. And you know, everything go back over to Zounds. You haven't hurt Zounds at all, and you haven't hurt yourself.
Well, you know, in honesty, you know, I've talked about prior to, you know, people and their personas. This channel was always about Thailand travel, all that kind of stuff. Zounds was about entertaining the masses. No specific anything. Where the trivia kind of fitted in and it became a part of, because we've done it for so long that it had become a part of people's culture. To bring it here, yeah, it could happen, but I don't want to rob the other channel.
Well, you're not really robbing the other channel at all. It's your idea. You were doing this quiz thing on Talkback, if you remember.
Yeah, well, I've been doing
your trivia was on Talkback, so you know, you just bring it over. I would.
I'd also, Johnny,
and go back over there.
Let's talk a spade. Apart from your Wednesday night trivia and my occasional pond streams, not much happens on Zounds anymore. So I would use, if I was you, I would use Zounds as just an address to send them to your channel.
I understand exactly what you're saying, Steve.
But I was going to say that, but I didn't.
Personally, I would feel like I'm stealing off something I helped build. But at the end of the day, you can't build a bridge by yourself.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Very well said. I didn't say it so clearly, but I can remember. Look, we either need another 10 admins in there, or it's just pointless. But I still love the idea. You see, the problem is, Johnny, you and I both love the concept of Zounds.
Yep.
The problem is we can't find enough people that also love the concept of Zounds and are prepared to put in a bit of time when you don't have as much time as, look, when I was doing my pond streams and whatever, I didn't have all that time to do that, but I made time for it. Most people don't. They do it when they have 5 minutes spare, nothing else better to do, nothing on TV. I'll go and have a look what Zounds is doing, and maybe I'll help out for a bit. It's the same, Johnny. It's always the same in life. 20% of the people do 80% of the work. Always the same. It's one of the few statistics that always works. 20% of the people do 80% of the work.
I can only see 3 guys on there doing anything. It says Johnny, you, Steve, and Robert. I don't see
Adrian?
Adrian, not
Adrian
really.
every now and again.
Yeah.
But, Nathan every now and again. But
Nathan's not really geared up for it, though, is he?
No, at the moment he's kind of travelling around, but he's always.
We shouldn't, gentlemen. We shouldn't really talk about behind the back, because it does sound really bad.
No,
and it's not because they're bad. It's because they've got other things going on in their lives, and we know that. But we just need more people. That's all it is, Johnny. We need at least twice as many people.
The thing is a learning curve, which we've learnt. And believe me, when our technical difficulty came along, I went, whoa, this opens up a whole new spectrum. Beautiful. I'm going to have some fun with that. But at the end of the day, I can actually say, there's people that come and go from the YouTube genres and things like that. And life is the real thing. Some of them want to claw back what they used to have, and they will be very devious to do it. I opened up this stream tonight on a channel that hasn't run for quite a while, and I'm gobsmacked as a support, and I really, really am.
Yeah. I was surprised because when you opened it up, there was me, you, and one other, 3 watching.
Yeah.
And it just grew. It was great. And it's not only that, Johnny. Everybody that came in was a nice person. That's the difference.
Yep.
There was 15, 20 people here, and I don't know, but I would guess 15, 20 people. All good guys.
Yep, exactly right. And the one, and that humbles me, Steve. That really humbles me.
Well, it should do, because you can go on to all these channels that say they've got thousands of subscribers and they're getting 50 views. No, they're not. They're getting 6 people with lots of alt accounts, and all the chat is shit. All the chat is shit.
He's coming out of his fucking shell tonight, Johnny.
The thing is, how many subscribers have I got? I don't even know.
I said it before. Hang on.
But
283.
Pardon? How many, Stephen?
283.
283. Geez, it dropped down a lot. Anyhow,
they do go down if you don't maintain them, if you don't broadcast them.
Yeah, I know that, but I think when I stopped streaming here, there was 700 and something. But the whole part about it, all right, 773. Did you say?
No, 200. Hang on.
273. That's right.
283. You got.
Oh well, there you go. That's a good thing. That people have, and obviously they've stuck around, because when we stream, they've kind of come on.
Yeah,
I think
and also, John, it was people that don't come on to Zounds, I've heard the names of these people, Mr. Mitch and the
They
other
used to all
guy.
be regulars on Talkback.
But they don't come on to Zounds or whatever, but they came onto your channel. Yeah, it's excellent, mate. Oh, you've got good reason to give yourself a pat on the back. It's excellent.
Yeah, like going back in the day, like my number one, my first channel, before I started attacking politicians and got taken down. Yeah, that was getting up around 1,000. And this channel, there was around 700, and I joined up with Stephen, and we were producing a bloody good product there for a long time, quite a few years, and I'm talking not 5 minutes, years. And we put a lot of work into it. And I neglected this channel. But it's something that this channel was originally Thai genre. Although I hate using that word, genre.
Yeah, I do. Hate the word.
Realistically,
a lot of those fucking assholes out there and made us hate it.
The thing is, this channel was related to my part of my experiences in Thailand, my travels in Thailand, and that kind of stuff. That's what this channel was about.
Right.
Because I learnt if I got into political stuff and that, the gods above would just go bang, and your channel's gone, because you can't talk about political stuff. You can't expose the truth, which is actually on YouTube. Double standard, little fucking little buddy pieces of shit. Yeah, I wish I'd paid Hitler's fucking gas bill. Anyhow, moving right along. But the whole part about it tonight for me has been a ripping good night.
Yeah. Same for me, Johnny. Well, look, how good could it be, Johnny? Let me just say this: how could it be? How good could it be that the chat was so good that you didn't even bother with? You've got a quiz in the locker for next time.
Oh yeah, that's okay.
Johnny, that's a compliment. It was because it was so good. A quiz would have just stopped the chat, and it was.
That's exactly right.
It was so good.
We had some brilliant chat here. Why stop it? And
if it's not broke, don't fix it.
That's right. And it was good to see the supporters coming along and supporting. That's wonderful.
I confess, I'm not a big fan of Mosh's channel. I don't enjoy it. It's not my cup of tea. But
I'm the same, Steve. I'm the same.
I thought it was nice of him to bring a few people over.
Yeah.
That's the humbling part about it, and you really look at it. That's the humbling part about it, Steve. That Mosh and that we're having a Mosh raid. A few of the people, we know Johnny, we like Johnny. We'll go along and give him a bit of support. That's a brilliant thing, especially after
he's a good guy, Mosh. He's a really good guy. But I'm like Steve. I don't go to his channel because it's not my cup of tea. But he's a good guy, Mosh.
Oh look, I think.
I'm not. Stephen, I'm not criticising. I just
No,
it's
no,
just
mine.
not
No,
my thing. It's
no,
just,
that's not mine either.
I don't enjoy it there. But
No.
yeah, nice for him to come and
Yeah,
I
good.
tell you what I do enjoy. I enjoy Mosh when he goes. Occasionally, he does walkabouts. I've seen him do classic
Yeah.
The
cars,
bars,
and
the
car
bars,
shows,
yeah.
and I've seen him do fishing. He does fishing ones. That's what I like. I'm not a babe. I don't enjoy his ones where he's just what's it called on the guitar where he just hits it, slashing or something. Anyway, that I don't enjoy that. But once he gets out of the house and does, I think he's brilliant.
Oh, look, me and Moss have had a couple of jokes going for quite a long time, but I respect what he's doing and his supporters. And there's a lot of people, they like that kind of music regime, but they also like a lot of other things as well. It's all I express myself, as you know. And I know I go on to quite a few of the streams and give them a bit of support and stuff like that. And it was great to see that come back tonight.
Yeah,
Absolutely
Well,
fantastic.
I will never criticise him. He's found a niche in life. He's got the Cowboys. He's got the what's it called, Steve? I don't know how he plays the guitar, but it's.
Oh, you play Spanish on the
It's not called Slash, is it? Okay.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But he's found a niche market. He's got the cowboy fans. He's got the people that love watching him get drunk. Not my cup of tea, but I can understand. Christ, if he's earning money at it, more power to him.
Yeah,
and he does have. So look, Stephen, me and you are probably wrong because he does have a big following.
Yeah, no, he's just yeah, he does, yeah. He's quite a nice guy. I'd like him, I've had quite a lot of conversation with him on Global,
Yeah, I don't know him at all.
He's a nice guy. No, he's a nice guy.
No, you're right. You're right. I tell you what, Steve, I just went and got a beer out of my fridge.
Yeah.
And as I opened up the refrigerator, there was a wonderful aroma.
Of what?
I knew you were going to say that. I just took a sip out of my beer before I was going to answer. I made a mix of sausages I'm going to make tomorrow.
Ooh.
I always do my mince, do all of that kind of stuff, put my spices and all my stuff in 48 hours before I put them in the skins. And the aroma is coming out of the refrigerator now because everything's melded together and all that. There's going to be like a bratwurst, but with an onion and garlic flavour in them. Oh, that's something you didn't know about me, Steve. That's my hobby, is making sausages and calabrese and
we should make fucking salami.
Bananas and all that kind of shit. That's my hobby, Steve.
Make salami.
Oh, I couldn't be fucked making that shit.
Why? Make salami. Make what salami?
I'm just impressed you use the word melds. Melds together. You know what? It's a combination of two words: melt and weld. Welds. It's great word.
But the thing is, if you can't smell it, if you can't smell all, with the marinating or steeping processes or whatever, if you're not getting the smell out of it that you're anticipating from the cooked item, you haven't done your recipe right.
Right.
All right. On that note, gentlemen, I might take off.
Well, thank
Past
you
my
for dropping
bedtime.
by, Stephen, and thank
no
you for
worries.
your help earlier on, even though we kind of didn't work there. But anyhow, but I appreciate your help with that.
Wasn't bad.
Well,
wasn't bad. Hey, I got that done in about 5 minutes. Wasn't bad.
If you're going, Stephen, I'm going too.
Well, I was going to say,
Oh.
if you're going and you're going, well, I'm going.
Oh dear.
Johnny, I think it's been perfect. I think now is a good time to finish.
Well, we've done
Yeah, well,
we've done 4 hours. We've had some good viewers. We've had some ripping good support, and I think we'll finish on a high and say to
Exactly.
everybody, good night. Heartfelt thank you for coming along and supporting me. To you, Mr. Perrin, my heart goes out to you. Thank you. And the
Stay
same to
on
you,
for a sec,
Mr. Clark.
Steve. Stay on, Steve.
Huh?
And I will be going. Good night, people.